Hello, welcome to today's video. So in today's video, we are looking at cross-platform authentication. Maybe it might be your first time to hear a word cross-platform authentication, but I'm just going to explain in a second what cross-platform is, what it means. And then I will also get into the demo of what we managed to build in today's build. So let me just explain about cross-platform authentication. So let's say you want to build an e-commerce application and you want this to be on cross-platform. What it means is that you want a web application. So you want an e-commerce, a web shop, which is a web application. You want this e-commerce to be also on a mobile app using React Native Expo, and then you also have its own API. So this is what we mean cross-platform. You have a web app, you have a mobile app, and you also have an API. So you are dealing with 3 applications, and that's why you're calling it a cross-platform. So what we are looking at in today's video, we're looking at how do you implement authentication, more especially to have OAuth, like you are logging in with GitHub, Google credentials, and this works on all platforms. One, you can protect your web pages. For instance, if I come here and I try to go to the dashboard, you will see that I can't go to the dashboard. That is one thing. That's like I've protected the web app, and then I also protect the API. So if I just go to the API and I try to look for this endpoint for statistics, so we have here an endpoint which is API stats. Okay, so if I try to go to this, and you see, I cannot see it. I can say you are not authorized. You are logged. You are not logged in. So it means you need to be logged in to see this. So it means we protected this API endpoint. So that is then the mobile app, which the section we did not work on. This is going to come in the second part of this video. So we're going to look at the same thing with the mobile app to protect the pages in the mobile app. But right now what we managed to build is we built an API. We also built the web application, and we protected both the web pages and also both the API, which is a Hono API, by the way. And we might protect the API endpoints and also protect the web endpoints. And this was possible after a debate that we debated about Firebase, Supabase, Clerk, and then Clerk ended up winning. And after that, we went ahead and built the Clerk with Next.js, and we just built the normal Clerk. If you look at the Clerk here, this Clerk is not the normal one, right? If you just use that Clerk, you can see we have a very beautiful UI that is custom made. This is a custom made UI. So we used not just a Clerk, but we used the Clerk elements. Okay, so to go into the demo of the app, I'm just going to first go back to the home page. So basically this is the landing page, which is not protected. We have other non-protected pages like the login and the sign up. So if this is already, this starter kit is having a sort of a store page, like an e-commerce, and all these products you are seeing here and the categories are being fetched from our API. Okay, so if you just go to this API, we have an API here, and you can just go to products. So you see, I can look at the list of products, test, and you can see this fetches the products. Okay, we have all the products, and these are the same products that we have. You can see we have my test product here, and these are the same products we have my test product. Okay, so this is really nice. We're using the API. So we went ahead and created a whole entire API for categories and products, okay, to demonstrate how to use Hono. But we also protected, so right now we use Clerk authentication, which we first added into the app. So if you try to access this, it takes me to the sign in, I can just go ahead and sign in using Google. And I just go here and then continue. And yeah, so right now I'm in the dashboard, and you can see in the dashboard, we go ahead and fetch the statistics, these ones which are loading here. Okay, we still have the problem with the loading state, but we have authenticated the app. You can see here, this is authenticated. If I go back to the API, okay, this authentication that we have on the front end, it actually works also on the back end. So if I try to create a category, you realize if I go to the post, you will see that to create this, you need to be authenticated, or you need to be logged in to be able to create this. Okay, so if you go to test, okay, and let me log out first of all, and never mind about this error loading stats. Let's go and sign out. Now if I sign out and I try to create this, let me just go ahead and go to test. Let me just put in some data here. Testing auth, and then here testing auth. I can leave out the image. Okay, so you can see you are not logged in. Okay, so this cannot be done because we are not authenticated. So let's just go ahead and log in. I'm just going to go ahead and log in here. Just select the account, log in like that. So right now I'm logged in, you can see here. So let's just go back here. I'm just going to go ahead and refresh. Now let me go back to the post. I'm just going to go test. And let's just say again, testing auth. And then even here, let's say testing auth. And we can leave the image. So I'm just going to go ahead and create. So I'm just going to test with a local one here. The hosted one, there is something I haven't configured the webhook, but let me just say you can use the local one. So here I'm just going to say testing auth category. I'm just going to go here in the Slack. Let's say testing auth cat, and then the image, we can just like leave the image now, and let's create. And you can see that this has been created, and if you check here, we are logged in. Okay, so this applies also to this applies to the product. I can just go here and copy the ID for this category, and now I can just go to the product. Okay, product post, and then we can just click test. So we can also create this. You can put the category ID, and then you can put the price to be, let's just say 350, and then the buying price to be 300. And then the description, you can leave it. You say this is a test description. And then the Slack, I'm just going to just call this one product demo. And then even I just say demo product. So you can just go ahead and create this. Okay, as you can see. So if I log out, if I just go back in this app and I sign out, you can see right now we are signed out. So if I just go back to this let's try to change this in the same category. Let's say this test 2, let's say product 2, here product 2, and even here I'm just going to say product 2, just like this. And you can try, and you can see quickly, you say you are not logged in, okay, and here we are not logged in. So this is exactly what we did. If I just go to the if I just go ahead and log in, okay, if I just go ahead and log in, and by the way, I can also log in using the email address. Okay, like it is not just like a must log in with Google. You can log in with GitHub and all those things. So if you log in and now I go back to execute this, it will simply work. So you can just go ahead and now send the request. And now you can see it has created. Now, if you just go back to the app, you go to the store, you see the products we have been creating, they are all there. So we created this testing auth category. If I click on testing auth category, it takes us to the auth detailed page, to this category detailed page, and it will start try to fetch all the products within this auth category. Okay. So here we will not test this this page, but we have the products that we have just created. You can see them here: product 2, product demo, my test product. All these ones we created in here. You can see them. We have them here. Okay, so it was nice. We used React query for data fetching, and it was really a lot of work to configure all this, and most importantly, to use the Clerk components. So you can see for sign up, we have custom pages that we built. You can see them here nicely. Okay, there is no N logo for Clerk, and we customize them the way we want. So yeah, first like the video and let's get into the video. Hello, welcome to today's video. So in today's video, we are going to look at cross-platform authentication. Okay, so authentication is one of those topics that we cannot exhaust. If you're a full stack developer, you know very well how important is authentication, or whether it is a big app or small app, in one or the other, you're going to find yourself, you want to implement authentication. And when you want to implement authentication, there are a lot of questions that comes in mind, or there are a lot of choices. You have to make some decisions on which authentication you're going to use, why, and where. And there is a reason why there are so many packages and so many people trying to implement authentication, because it is one of the major topics if you're going to do a full stack application that you need to have in your application. And some people, they find authentication very scary and they don't even want to talk about it. But in this video, we're going to talk about cross-platform authentication. We're going to break it down and we're going to build some starter kits that we're going to be using. Okay? So now, when we talk about authentication, there are so many questions that come into your mind. The first question is, which platform are you building for? So you have seen in most of the things we have been building, we have been focusing on web development. So if you're just doing web development, basically you are authenticating, the web. And if you're authenticating the web, things, you have so many choices when you're authenticating for the web, because it is somehow very clear that it's just like a web application, and probably don't even have an API, you can just simply go with credentials. Okay, you have seen in most of the applications, you can just do credentials and you build this from scratch. You can use Next.js, you can use BetterAuth, you can use so many things to implement if you just are going to do only for web. Now, when you are doing now for mobile, things are like getting reducing. So you find that you still have choices, so many choices, but they're not as many as for web. So mobile authentication, you're just going to authenticate for mobile app, more especially in Expo, you're going to find that you don't have as many choices the way you have on the web. So now you continue, you actually go into API, okay? And then you find out you want to authenticate both the web, mobile, and the API. And then now at that point, you also ask which providers are you looking at? Now, with people increasingly using multiple platforms on their web, on their PCs, you're going to set in all these days right now, you need to implement using OAuth authentication, because OAuth eliminates the ability of a person to remember multiple passwords. So you find that you have LinkedIn, you have Facebook, you have all these social media platforms that you always use on daily basis. Then you have all other third-party applications that you use also on daily basis. So you find that if each of these platforms, they were asking you to use email and password, it is very hard to manage all those things. So right now, platforms are also adopting so much on social or based authentication. Now, when you want to implement both for cross-platform, and you also want to implement both credentials and Google Auth, more especially because when you talk about this, you're going to find that most of these applications, they need two things: credentials or Google. So that's like the two major things you have to put into your application. So another thing you have to ask yourself is about the control of the user's data, because are you going to build your own custom authentication, or you're going to use third-party authentication? So most times, I'm a person who like having control over my data. I have control over the users in most of the platforms. Like I can see the user's data, you can add in things and all that kind of stuff. But of course, you don't want to manage like the passwords, and that is like something the user has to do on their own. They can reset and do that. And that's why increasingly we want like Google authentication, because if someone forgets the password, they simply have to handle only the Google, and then that's it. Okay, so now with this, we introduce to cross-platform authentication. And by the way, why am I all of a sudden bringing in cross-platform authentication, and why am I even concentrating on cross-platform authentication? So, in my recent video, I talked about, or we released about React Native with Expo. And this has been a course that most people have been really looking forward on my channel and wanted me to create content around React Native with Expo. And sincerely, I just like maybe delayed, but I think this is the right time to bring this up. Now, in most of the applications I'm going to be building now, you're going to find that if it is an e-commerce, it is going to be e-commerce for both. Let me just see, open also Xcadre here. Oh, okay. So in most of the applications I'm just going to be building, you'll find that I'm now building for, let's say, if it is an e-commerce, you'll find that now, because you are building for React Native, okay, you are going to find yourself in a situation whereby you have to build the web. Okay, you have to build the web. If I can type web here. So you have to build a web version, and you have to build the API to supply the web. So here you will find that you have to build the API, and this API then is going to be supplying the web, and at the same time it is going to be supplying the mobile app. So you find that now you need the API mobile. Okay, you find that you have now this, and you need the API to supply both the web and also to supply both the mobile, because whether the mobile app they export, they have brought in API routes. These API routes, they are not able right now. They're not yet able to be fully protected and so many other things. So you find that you need to build an API that is standalone API that is going to supply the mobile and is going to supply the web. Now, this is where the cross-platform authentication comes, because on the web, you need to protect pages on the web, right? And then you also need to protect pages for the mobile app. And then at the same time, you need to protect your API endpoints. So you find that you need, in all these platforms, the web, the API, and the mobile, in all these instances, you actually need authentication in all these places. And this is what takes us to this concept of the cross-platform authentication. And I had to figure this out before we going any further, because we are having a React Native Pro course coming on soon. If you want, you can just go ahead and read about it. I've already released its landing page, the documentation, and the nice things we're going to do in this. And the whole tech stack we're going to use. So we're going to build in that. We're going to build a lot of stuff. Not only just a React Native starter kit, but we're going to come up with a lot of starter kits that we are going to use to be building all our production ready thing. We're just going to do an e-commerce app in that course. And yeah, you can also read about the docs. So in these docs, they talk about the tech stack. I talked a little about the tech stack here. Okay, that you're going to be using here. But you can read about it more in a dedicated this thing here. So I wrote a whole documentation talking about these, why the choices on different things we're going to use, what you're going to use for file uploads, forms, styling, backend. So I almost talked about everything: state management, data fetching. As you can see, data fetching, you're going to be using TurnStack React Query. Then you have state management, you're going to be using Zoostand. Forms, you're using React Hook Forms. File uploads are using upload things. So you can just go ahead and read about all these things, why I chose them. And this video was so necessary because we want to clear the air and have a good starting point when you're going to do this course. We need to have a very good starting point for this course, because today we're just going to build also the stack it for web, stack it for Expo, and also for Hono, if the time allows. So going back to this, okay, so it takes us to this cross-platform authentication. So in cross-platform authentication, you find yourself in a bit of a hurdle. You find yourself in the web, you have so many choices, and there are even better choices. Like you saw recent, we did Next.js with Beta Auth. So you're like, okay, I'm going to use Beta Auth. Then you try to implement Beta Auth on the mobile. It is not looking fine. Like it is cracky. It is not working so well on the mobile and the API. So the other day I was trying it like on the API and also trying it on the mobile. It was giving just like really the documentation about it is not really good. So that one, you drop it right away. Okay. So in the cross-platform authentication, we need something that's going to work both on the web, mobile, and the API. And it should have both the credentials and OAuth, the social, the credentials and the social platforms for logging in. Now, with the stability of the current packages that are currently people using online, there are so many packages. If you just went for cross-platform, there is custom authentication, there is the players who have been in the feed, and these are 3 players if you're just going to go for third party. Now, when you start implementing OAuth for 3 platforms, the way we are just talking about here, you have to ask yourself if you want to build this as a custom authentication, because if I was only building credentials in most cases and you're going to use API, I always encourage that you actually build this authentication by yourself. Okay, you just like generate the tokens, you just go build your custom authentication with the backend language you have chosen. If it is Fast API, Hono, whichever backend language, simply build the custom authentication, and every time a user logs in, you produce a secret token and access token, and then refresh token and access token. So you find that you're going to use those ones for authentication. But when you bring in the OAuth authentication, in most cases, I recommend that at that point, use a third party for authentication, or use those platforms which are really super created for this, and they have been in the field for so long. And on my research, there are 3 that are most popular. And if you think about it, in the React Native world, the mobile app world, you're going to see that the popular ones are actually these 3. You're going to see most people using Firebase, using Supabase, or using Clerk Authentication. So it's about to choose which one of these ones you want to use. And by the way, at some point, I will just also create videos, separate videos, apart from this for the course, because in this course and even moving forward, I need to choose my tech stack I'm going to be using for most of my projects. And that's why I don't get confused most of the times, and it makes me move fast. So I have to come up with which tech stack I want to use for all my projects. But irrespective of that, I will just create content about Firebase, Supabase, because Clerk are going to be doing, of course, a lot about it. And in today's video, we are going to actually break down Clerk, and we're going to talk about like Clerk elements and all those things. So I will create videos about like Expo with Firebase, Expo with Supabase. I will definitely do those ones, and I will try to build the whole thing using like Firebase, Supabase. We do a lot of videos, but in my tech stack I'm going to be using Supabase. And why, sorry, not Supabase, but Clerk. Why am I choosing Clerk? So the first problem with Firebase is about the concept of vendor locking. So there is no any other platform that is like, of course, Firebase, in terms of which language, the querying language they use, the database they use. They're not using like normal database. They have their own document. It is, of course, a NoSQL database, but it is its own language. Okay, Firebase uses its own language, whether querying, whether doing everything, it's using its own language. So when you're starting using Firebase and you want to move out of Firebase, it's going to be very hard to migrate in any other way. So that kind of thing, I really don't like it when I don't have much control about the user's data easily. And then there is the concept of vendor locking. So that's like one thing. But otherwise, Firebase is really good. Their free tier is really good, because I think in all my previous apps, web application that I built when I was learning, I used to use Firebase. Okay. Another thing is a little bit complex. The documentation is not that friendly compared to the documentation for other platforms. Because if I told you to implement like BetterAuth, Next.js, or even Clerk, and you go to documentation, they hold your hand step by step. But for Firebase, they can first, you find that they have released like a new version. I don't know if it is Firebase 9 right now, or they have already increased it, but you find that the documentation, you can be also daunting if you're just like getting into complex issues. The fact that they're handling a lot of stuff. But Firebase is good when in terms of like working, like it simply really works. Then another one is Supabase. In terms of documentation, I think Supabase, they do a better job. If you go to a Supabase documentation, really, Supabase, they really try to create a good documentation. Okay, like there's a lot of content online about Supabase, and with these platforms, Supabase with Next.js, Supabase with Expo, there are a lot of good content around it. The problem I find with Supabase, I think, is about their free tier. You find that if you want to use Supabase, because Supabase is just like Firebase in terms of how they work, they offer managed database, file handling, file uploads, storage solution, and so many other things. The problem I find with Supabase is on the free tier. So you create a project of Supabase. Before you know it, if the project maybe is not active for about maybe 10 days or 20 days, it is paused. Okay, they have this thing of like pausing all the time your projects, and they give you very limited, because Firebase, they will give you almost unlimited apps that you can create. On Supabase, on the other hand, you have so much limited. You have about maybe 3 projects. Are they 3 or 2? I think there are 3 projects you can create. So you find that you are somehow limited with Supabase free tier. And I always told people that if, as a developer, you need to build as many things as possible. You need to build as many things as possible. So you need to get also genuine free tiers that can also help you. So, but Supabase, apart from this, they have good documentation, and it's also nice. And then finally, the Clerk. So Clerk, I feel like it is much more better than all these two. When you go to the documentation, Clerk has the best documentation of all time. Like, even if you don't know anything, you can easily follow Clerk to put into your application. Then they have a nice free tier, the 550, it's a 5,000, I think it is 5,000 users. And then they have API, they have webhooks, and it is very easy to implement. So that's why I came to choose Clerk. And the fact that they have a lot of content around the web, it's very hard to get stuck, for sure, with Clerk. Because at least you will find a documentation somewhere, or a blog or something that is having Clerk authentication. The problems I don't like about Clerk, of course, is the fact that they have, by the way, Supabase. Do you know that they have Supabase UI? I think there is where they introduced Supabase UI. I always follow Supabase. There is where they have, I think, Supabase UI or something. I don't know. If you just like search about it somewhere, you just like go and see like they brought Supabase UI also. I think they want to, you can say things to this one. They want to copy the way you see the Clerk UI, the way they have those things. So they also have the pre-built, as you can see, Auth UI. They have pre-built-in stuff for authentication. Okay, they also have the pre-built-in for authentication. And which is really nice, because like that is what all about, like really providing a better experience is all about. So Supabase is something you can just like, use. But for now, I'm just going to go with Clerk. Now, one thing, Clerk also has the pre-built-in components the way this one has. So Clerk was the one which introduced the built-in components. The built-in components is a really nice thing. However, so for my case, because I always want to build like custom-made applications, I find it just like looking like not like Bootstrap, but like the same authentication UI. If you don't have any problem with it, it's okay. But I would want to change it. And they have multiple ways of how you can customize the UI to look different. And one thing I want to use in this application is going to be where they have Clerk elements. Okay, so they brought in these Clerk elements. I really like this package. However, they are saying it is in beta. I'm just going to be using it because I would want to build my own authentication looking different from why use this. So you can say why use the elements if you want your layout to look with the rest of your app. you can just use Clerk elements. And in today's video, we are going to build our starter kit based on also on Clerk elements. And it's not so much because they give you only the sign in and sign up. You can customize those two things only. The rest of the components use the normal components. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in today's video. So in today's video, we are going to talk about the web. Okay, authenticating using the web. And then, so how we're going to do this is we're just going to do go ahead and implement the web authentication. So let me just write here. So just going to do let me just get this. We're just going to do three things what we will build. So what we are going to build in today's video, we're just going to start with one Clerk with Next.js app. So this is Clerk for web. Okay, and then after doing that, we could just also now use the API. So we can just say go ahead and now do Clerk for API, and I just we're just going to do Clerk with Hono. Okay, and then finally we do Clerk for mobile or for Expo, and this way is going to do Clerk with Expo. So Clerk with Expo. Okay. Yeah, so this is what basically what I want this to look like in today's video, and we might just look at how to use this whole entire thing to see how we're just going to come up. So we might just come up with 3 applications that you're going to be using as starter kits for that case. Okay. So with that being said, I'm just going to go ahead and get started. Okay. So let's write some code. We have talked about a lot of things, a lot of theory. Let's go and get started with some coding. So because we need Clerk for Next.js app, we're going to start with Clerk with Next.js app. I'm just going to go ahead and I built this CLI. So if you just go to npm, let me just go to npm. So I just built this. If I can just go to my packages, I'm just going to go to this latest package, which is DesiHub CLI. So you all know the 100 hours that you take when you want to configure something. Okay, you always start those 2 hours of, start up a Next.js project, add shared CN, add this, add that. So the configuration for that really takes really a lot of time. Okay, so I just came up with this CLI. You can, if you don't use the CLI, you can of course just go ahead and create a Next.js app, add the shared CN, and add the things you're going to add. But I already have a Next.15.js application here in this CLI. So I'm just going to go ahead and install this. So you can just go ahead and say npm install. So I will install it globally so that I just don't have to do it over and over. So you can just do this, and you can just clear this, and you can just go on your machine and paste in this just paste in like this, npm install globally DesiHub CLI. So you can just go ahead and install this globally. And the reason why you want to put global, this won't be really changing all the time, no, but you can just go ahead and install this globally like this. And then after doing that, now we can start building our applications like this. So let me just go to where I'm going to put this. YouTube builds, and I'm just going to put cross-platform authentication, cross-platform auth, just like this. And within this one, I'm just going to create my app here. So I'm just going to right click, just do this, open git bash, and I'm just going to go ahead and say now, since I installed the CLI, you can just say DesiHub, just like this. So if you just say DesiHub, I guess -- version, it must be showing you the version of the CLI you have. So you have 2.01, and now we can say DesiHub new, and then I can specify the name of the app. So this one is Next.js Clerk, Next.js Clerk starter kit. I'm just going to say maybe Clerk elements, and then starter kit. So just hit enter, and this one is going to go ahead, and so you can see we have different repositories here. You can just like choose in. We have Next.js API routes with React Query. You're going to use this one, but you have also Node.js with Express, Hono with Prisma, React Native with Expo, and this the monorepo is coming and so on. So I'm just going to go with Next.js since it is the first one that is even by default. Just press enter, and this is going to go ahead and download, install all the dependencies you need. And you can see here installing dependencies, and yeah, so it created this project. We can just go ahead and cd in to this. So cd to Next.js like that, and just do code dot. Okay, so this opens it in, I'm just going to go ahead and first close this one. So we have our project here. I'm just going to go ahead and go to the terminal. And since they have already installed the dependencies for us, you don't need to run anything. Just say npm dev. Okay, and yeah, so this starts the local development server. So if I just click on this, it should just go ahead and open this here. And yeah, so this gives you a next starter, something to start with. But it talks about what is inside. It has API routes, server actions, React Query, shared CN, and the pages you have. We have a lot of pages here. We have the products and categories page. We have admin. So if I just go to, I think pages. Do I have pages somewhere? No. I just want to go to the store. So you can just go to the store. And the store is having almost full-fledged e-commerce. So you can see this is actually using React Query for data fetching here. So you have these things here. And we have also, you guessed it, we have also the infinite scroll. So you saw that when I just reach here, it is loading more products, and which is really nice. So it comes with this starter template. You also have the detailed page. So if I click in this product, you can see it is loading the detailed page, and I have the detailed page here. Nothing much as such. Okay, and then you also have this like the related products, and then you also have, if you go back to the store, you also have categories. So if you click on a category like electronics, you have the products. You can see here they have loaded. So it has a lot of nice things. Okay, you have a lot of nice things that you don't need to implement, and this is using Next.js 15. There is no authentication, of course, but there is a dashboard. There is a dashboard, and yeah. And even on the dashboard, this data here you are seeing here on this is actually being fetched also from using the React Unstack query, React query for this. So we are heavily using the React query, and in today's video we're just going to actually add in authentication. So you can see right now the authentication is not there, so we're just going to go ahead and add in today's, so that we improve this so that it has now authentication with Clerk elements. So you don't have to build this from scratch. You can imagine how much time you would take to go ahead and build all this from scratch. So you already have that already. Okay, so with that done, let's start implementing Clerk. So if you just go to Clerk elements here, the first thing you would first put in is we could just like first implement you could just like first implement the simple Clerk, just the normal Clerk authentication. That one should be not hard to get, so you can just like search for Next.js. So the first thing is to go ahead and sign in. Let me just go ahead and okay, I don't know where I am right now. Oh, I think just a Clerk docs sign up or sign in. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and sign in. You can also they're using also their own Clerk, secured by Clerk here. Okay, so the first thing is just go ahead and create a project. So I'm just going to go ahead. You can see I have a lot of projects here. I'm just going to create a new project, and I'm just going to call this I'm just going to call this Next.js starter, just like this. And then I will just like want a Google, and of course with the email address. That is it. Those are the two ones that we are going to be using, the email and Google. The username, I don't necessarily use username, but if you want, you could just say you want also email address or username, but I'm just going to only use this email and the Google. So this looks fine right now, and let's go ahead and create the application. And then you can see here the documentation, as I say, that they have top-notch documentation. You can see the first thing they just give you already. They start with Next.js, because like this is just like the one most people use. Okay, and they even have copy a quick start guide as a prompt for LMs to implement Clerk in your Next.js application. Look at that. So let's first go ahead and install this. So I'm just going to use pnpm, copy this, and I'm just going to go ahead and start my app, stop it, and let's first go ahead and add Clerk Next.js. Then set up the Clerk API keys. So copy this, and let's go to .env. So you can just say .env just like this, and let's add these two keys. And then next, update your middleware. So you can just like update your middleware. So you can see that I think by default it protects all the pages. We're just going to look at that, but you can just go ahead and put this in the middleware. So let's just go ahead and just add middleware.ts like this, and paste in that. And then next, add Clerk provider. So in this, you go ahead and add the provider in your app. So we might just like not do this. I simply just need, I think, the provider, Clerk provider, and we might just like do it in other different way. here they just gave us all these things, but we might just not need all of them like that. So if you just go up and you go in the layout, I'll also change the font. I will change the font just in a minute. But right now, let's just go ahead and copy this they have here, because I'm just going to scroll up here and let's copy. They really took time for Next.js, I think. So here, you see they have added in the sign up and the sign in the header. We don't need to do this because we just eventually actually add these buttons. Okay, so I'm just going to simply do this, comment this one out. We use them later on in our header. Okay, and then, but we have the Clerk provider. Now, there is another one whereby you can add the loading. We just work on that one also later. Okay, so Clerk provider. And then next, create your first user. So you just go to this localhost 3000, and then it will have protected, I think, the whole entire app. Okay, so if you update this in the header, so you can see here they have sign in button and sign up button, right? So if you just go here and they have this signed out, I'm just going to copy this header, cut it, and let's go to our home layout, and we have a fixed header here. So in this fixed header is where we would want to implement all the things they have added here. I'm just going to paste it here. So you can see, like, in the header, they check if they have sign up, if you are signed out, and then they show this. And then otherwise, if you are signed in, they show the user button. So we could just go to where we have, for instance, on the desktop, we have these two buttons where they CTS here, they log in and they log out. So we'll have our custom those buttons. So, like, for instance, they will be taking to the boss by just going to have like /login like this, and / this one / maybe sign up, just like this, sign up, and then this one is sign in. You could just say sign in. I'll just like login. I don't know why. So just say login and then the sign up. Okay. So we can just hide these based whether you are signed in or signed out. So for instance, if you are signed, as you see here, the first one they have, if you are signed in, you show this. So you can just like copy this, signed out, signed in. Okay, so down here where we have these buttons. So if you are signed in, so you can do this, get the signed in, and then the user button, just like this. Okay, so if you are signed in, it will show this by user button. And if you are signed out, okay, so this is why they have theirs. They have the sign in button and the sign up button. So you can also just copy this. Actually, just going to wrap the other ones in the signed out. So if I just go in this, these two here, and just copy this, and then you can just say signed out, just like this. and then paste in these two like this. Okay. Nice. So if you just go back to start our application, I think by default it will protect everything. So if I just say pnpm Dave, okay, and then you try to go this, you can see the middleware ran. So if I just go back to my application and just do this, okay. Okay, so you can see right now, because we are having the signed out, we have the login buttons showing up here. Okay, so we can just say login and sign up. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and still back in the docs. So let me just go back the docs in the next steps here. Okay, so in the next steps is why you can just like build your own sign in or sign up pages for your stuff. And you can just say here, just get started with Clerk. The next, just see the quick start tutorial, but you can just create your own sign in or sign up pages. Okay, so you can just like do the custom sign up, then like all these things, you can just do them. So if you want to build in these custom ones, build the sign in and sign up page. So you can set the following simple demonstration how to use this. So you go ahead and create this, like this app sign in. So just going to go ahead and create this page. So normally you can just like add a new route. I'm just going to create a new layout, which is going to be auth. And then inside auth, you can just go ahead and, so let's just first see where this one in. So it is in app sign in. So you can just like paste this new file and paste this like this. So you will see in under the auth, we have this. I can drop in the layout. So let me just copy one of these layouts, drop it in the auth. And then we can just go ahead and remove everything here. So we only leave the children. So I will just do this and leave only the children. I can remove this fixed thing like that. Okay, so we have the sign in, and then inside the sign in, you can just go ahead and drop in this here. So you can just literally copy this and paste it in here. So this one creates the sign in page. So of course you can just like put this component in the center, I guess, by saying flex, and then you're like min height screen, and then you have items center, justify center. I'm not sure if that is the code, and then you add the sign in like so. Then you can also build a similar way. You make sign in or sign up route. So by default, Clerk middleware makes all routes public. Oh, so you know, by default those days, it used to make everything protected, but right now it says it makes all the routes public, which is really nice. Last time it was really hard for us to start. So this step is specifically for applications that have configured Clerk Auth middleware to make all routes protected. If you have not configured then protect all the routes, you can skip this step. So you can just say go here, and then you can just say is public, and then I think you can add all the public, and then all others you protect them. I think there is why you just like even have the other one, but I just like update the middleware just for a sec. Just go ahead and we'll update our middleware, because now everything is not protected. So I'm just going to update this. So I think here they say that is public route, create merchant, and they are just putting this array here. So you could, I think, put just like this. I wish there could be a way you are putting like the whole entire home group. Can you like put like an entire home group? I don't know, but we could just say for now, I wish I could only put the protected routes. I think somewhere I'm just going to find it. So right now I can just like put this, the home, comma, and then like you could just say products. So you can just do sign in and everything inside. Like products, because there's product detailed page, I can just say product dot star, maybe, I don't know. And then we have the similarly we have for categories. I have categories, and then I think those are the public routes. We have also the API. I'll show you if I suppose put so like API just like this. And then what are others? So we have all the auth, then the categories, and then we have store. So I'm just going to come here and say store like this. Okay, so we put our public routes, and then I think now everything will be okay. So from here, update your environmental variables. So you just need to add in these pages like for this, and then sign in fallback redirect URL if someone is not signed in. But I'm just going to also update and add these in our environmental variables down here. So I'm just going to do this, add these three. Then visit your new page. So you can just again go ahead. So in the fixed header, we need to change this to sign in. So this, where we have this, it has to be /sign in, just like this. And this one is going to be /sign up. Okay. And it is why we still need to put this somewhere. Oh, yeah, this is for mobile. I'm not sure if we added surely. Wow, that's like for mobile. So we have to do the same here. Here. So I'm just going to simply copy these two here. So copy them. And let's go inside here. Add this. Okay, so if you are signed out, then you need to show these two buttons. Just cut these, and then you can just like add them here, like so. I'm just going to keep with these ones anyways, like this, signed out outline, and then this one is like that. And then if you're signed out, then we have this. Okay, so at this point I think the app has restarted since we changed some things. Okay, so now if we go back to our app, oh, so now we have this scenario here. Our header is not responsive anymore. I'm just going to first go back here where we have these ones. Okay. Variant, this one anyways had variant of ghost. And then the other one has just a normal one, the sign up. So the question is, why are they does this come with styles? This one, because according to how it is pressing them, it doesn't seem like, it seems like it has its own styles it is adding. I don't think I'm just going to use this for checking the signed out button thing. For now, let me just go ahead and copy my button like this. Oh. What happened? What did we change? Something is not right. This is the mobile navigation logo, and then you have nav links, then we have mobile menu, CTA buttons. I'm wondering, why are we having this scenario here? Let me just take off this. Oh, okay. I think just because of the signed in thing, so they actually have styles. Okay, let's start by only adding in the normal ones. So this one goes to the sign in, just like this, and this goes to the sign up. We just check when a user is logged in or not, and then we'll show that. So right now, if I click on login, so this should just like route to the sign in. Okay, so this is how it looks like. I just don't want it to be there. So if you just go here, items, justify center. It's supposed to be like center, I guess. Yeah. So you can see it is in the center and it has Google with the email. So yeah. This is the standard they have. If just like putting the Clerk Auth. So I guess if we still have here, we still have our pages that are protected. But if I just try to go to the dashboard, you can see, yeah, so the dashboard is protected. Okay, that's nice. So if I sign in, let's go ahead and use Google. And continue to Clerk. And then like this. Okay. Nice. So sign up, follow back. Okay, something happened. That's why you are seeing this error page. We have the error page. I don't know what happened, but something is not right. Okay. I can see here this. So let's first go ahead and update our, I'm just going to go ahead and update the layout. This global layout actually. So in this, I just want to remove this. I'm just going to go ahead and let me first remove these ones. I just want to go ahead and remove guest. Okay, I'm just going to say get. Which one do I always use? I'm just going to first go to Next.js docs. So you can say Next.js docs. And let me just get the font. Okay. So under font optimization, you just like find down here where you can use like Roboto from Next font, and then they give you this. So you can just do this here like this, and then you can just get this Roboto. The font I want to use is the one that I used here. Let me just check it here. Okay, MERN. So this is called MERN. Let me exit. I just like MERN. So I just going to say here MERN like this, and then here is going to be MERN, and this is going to be MERN. And then you can go ahead and remove this, and then you can change this class name to be just like MERN.className, just like this. Okay, so if you go back to our app, let's do this. Okay, we still have the error, so you can check either on the console here. So there is an okay, so there is no query client. So what we did after removing, we removed our provider. So let's just go ahead and also put the query provider. So we have the React query provider. So they should just come from query providers, this one. So just like this. Let me first go to the providers. So just down here, providers, React query. So there is this query provider. This is the one we want to use, not the query client provider, this query provider. Import this. Yeah. And you can just go ahead and remove this. So this one should bring the problem. Okay, so now, yeah. So we are back and we are authenticated. So at this point, we need to show the, the details of the authenticated here, and then these other ones here, like the account and those ones. So let me just first go back to I'm just going to go back to the home page first. I will start from this side. So you see we still have this login. So we need to remove these ones if you are authenticated. So for that, if you go here, customize sign up, we'll just do that. The important is this session data. So I'm just going to go here, read the session user data in Next.js app. So server side, and so you say app is auth and the current user. So these ones setup as they can get you what you want. So the auth setup will return the auth object of the current active user. The current user helper will return the backend user object of the current active user, which includes helper information like the user's name, email. It does count towards the backend API request rate limit. So it's recommended to use the user hook on the client side when possible, and the use current when specifically need user data in the server context. So for information on this, see the current user reference. Okay, so the, for example, uses the OAuth helper to validate authenticated users and the current user. So this is server component and actions. So you would get the user ID from the OAuth, and this is the only thing I just want actually. So in this, so you have to ask yourself, if you just go back to our layout, you go to this fixed header. Okay, so this is a client side thing. Okay, this is a client side thing. So what we could do is just do this. I'm not a person who like client side, you know that. So I'm just going to go to this in this one. So we can just get this here, make this async, and then get the auth from Clerk. So we get the user ID, and let's pass this user ID. So if you hover anything, the user ID. So if you look at this, is string or null. So just copy this, and let's go to fixed. And then we just know that here you can just get the user ID. So the user ID is fixed, is string or null. So which is going to help us to hide also the buttons here. So just go back here. So if we have, so I'm just going to go ahead and do this. So I'm just going to remove these things here. So we can just say if user ID, if user ID is there, then we going to show something here, else will show something here. This that if the user ID is present, it means is signed in, and then here we just need to show the user button, just like this. And if it's not, then we show these two links. So if you go back now to our Next.js application, you see that we have the user thing, which has this like so. Okay, so nice. Then if we, because now we are done here, if we log out, so if I just go ahead and sign out, this should just like show us the two buttons, the login and the sign up. Actually, let me just like name this to sign up. Okay, and we need to do exactly the same thing down here on the mobile for gate. So I'm just going to say if, so where we have this, I'm just going to go ahead and cut this here. And just say if user ID, if it is true, then just a second. So let let me just copy this whole entire thing. I'm just going to say if user ID is there, then we're just going to go ahead and do this. Else we'll go ahead and do this. So we start when is signed in. We simply just want to show this the user button. So just simply cut this, remove everything, and just show this the user button. Otherwise, just simply show these two buttons, just like this. Okay, then you can remove these, and I use the stuff here like this. Okay, nice. So that is done. Let's turn to the dashboard. So to the dashboard, because it is a protected route. So if I just go to the dashboard, because it is a protected route, so you can see in the app sidebar here, you have also this. So we could just, where we have this user, nav user, you can see here we are putting the user data. Now this is, if you look at this, this is inside the use client. So this where you can use their hook. So they tell you you can use this to check. Now if you want, they get the backend API user object when you need to access the user's information. So if you want the user's information, so they have another one. They're saying that it's recommended to use the user hook on the client side when possible, only when you specifically need the user data in the server context. So we can also use this. The user. So the user hook provides access to the client user's object, which contains all the data for the single user in your application. This hook always allows you to check if the user is signed in and blah blah. So this is what it gives you. So example on how to use this is you first get this. Okay. And so in the dashboard here, since this is on the client side already, so down here you can just say just do this, get the user. Okay, now because of the is loading status like this, if you want to do this, so we can just say is so you can say is not loaded. So you can just like check this. I just want to go to where we have this nav user. So here I'm just going to say of course I think is signed in will not be, because this is a protected page, but then we can just like get this. So I'm just going to first do this. We can just say is loaded. So if is loaded is true, then we'll just show the nav user. Else we'll show the p tag of loading, like loading ... just like that. Okay. Then you can just get now the information. So we need the user data. If you look at the user, we need here, we need the name, email, and the avatar. So we could just come here and define the user. So I'm just going to say here Actually, you can just come and I use this. Since I'm getting the user information, I never wanted the whole sidebar to go into the loading state. So we have the use. I'm just going to say const. Okay, and just go to the side. I don't need to define anything here. So since this one wants 3 things, okay, so here we're just going to define 3 things. We have the user is expected to have this object like this. Okay, so the name, layers is going to be user dot. Okay, let me just do this. I'm just going to say user data on top here instead. So const user data is equal to user dot. So we have, there is nowhere we have the, we have full name. And then we can just say default this. This is supposed to be an object, just like this. Then you have the name. Then you have the email. It's going to be user dot. I just say user dot. How about the emails? How do you access the emails? Okay, so we have email addresses, and then I think we can just get the first one. And then lastly, we have the avatar, which is going to be user dot. I don't know where to get the avatar. There is image URL. So I'm just going to do image URL just like this. So after getting the user data, as you can see here, we can just give these just like this. Okay, so now here you can just pass in the user data. So user data. See, if you look at the data, what it expects in this side, the user is supposed to be the name, email, avatar, just like this. Okay, so if you just go back here in this, it's because of string or email address resource. So I'm just going to go here. This type of this one is string or, so we can just say as string. Sure. We still have it. We still have it like this. Okay, so the easiest way is to get the email address from outside. So I can just say const. And just say const user email is equal to this. Okay, so if you hover it here now, the type here is, so you could just say this here, because this is an array, I think, email addresses, and then as string, just like this. Oh, email address resource or undefined type string may be a mistake. Can we first like console.log this? Right now, let me first make it just like this. Can I just go ahead and console.log this? Let me just go and say console.log user.email. So we have email addresses. We have another one like primary email address. I think we might just use that. Like the primary. So whichever you just log in, I think to give us like this. Let me say comma email addresses. User.email addresses. So just look at this. I will just go ahead and log in again. Just continue with Google. Okay, so let's go to the dashboard. Okay, so now you can see that we have already JB Web Developer. The name is there. The email is not yet, and I think the avatar. So if I look here, I have the log at 163. I have the A, and I also have, let me just add things here. So I will just get this, and I say primary email, and let's add this. Okay. And then let me also add this other console.log like this. So this one is email addresses. Email addresses, just like that. User.email addresses. Okay, so let's just look at that. Okay, so you can see the primary email is, for some reason, it is also, oh, okay, if you just look at this primary email address, primary email, it gives you this whole object. Okay. So if you say on this dot email address on the primary email, if you say dot, you actually still have email address. So if you just say dot email address, the second one, if you look at it, so now we can see that here we get the email. Then for this, you get an array of A. Oh, okay, so if you did the same thing, so you just come here and you're like, okay, so I'm just going to go to user.primary email here. You do this, you get now the above one, and now you can do the same thing like dot email address, just like that. So you can both access it just like that using the primary email and the addresses. So I don't know which one is easy. I feel like this is easy, just like this. So let's go ahead and add it here. So this one is email string or undefined. So let's give it a default of empty. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and comment out this. So with that, if you just go back here, you can see that we are back with the header having the image. Do we have the actual image? Yeah, so you can see we have actually the actual image here like this, and the email address. Nice. Now we need to link the account or the profile component. So when you click on this, should just be put the profile component here. So let's go and see that. So you can just go ahead and under this here. Oh, okay, just going to look at that, but let's go back here. You can just say go ahead and search for instance, the profile, the user profile component. So this is the one that if you click, you look at this. So properties, there's appearance, and in the appearance, so option object style area component will only affect current components, not the account portal page. Okay. So the usage here is you just get this. You can first of all create the profile page. Let's create that. Just first of all copy this. The user profile. So under dashboard. So inside the dashboard, let's create a new file, which is going to be this. Then go ahead and copy this. And let's add it inside this here. Like that. So they say must be embedded using the Next.js optional cache or route in order for the routing to work. Okay. So you see we have it. Now we can just like use it. Okay. And then appearance. Okay, so let's just go ahead and put that if someone clicks on this, we route this the user profile, dashboard user profile. So if you just go back to this app sidebar, and basically you go to this nav user. So there is where we have the account here. So you can change this, I'm very sure, to a link component, just like this. Let's add href, and you're just going to say dashboard / user profile, just like this, and let's add as child. Okay, so if you just go back in this app, so now the account, if you click it, it should take us to the profile page. Yeah, so you can see that this fits in very well. We need to put in the center. So let's go to the profile page. So this is the one. Export default. Don't understand how they did this, but I'm just going to do the one I'm sure I'm familiar with. Export default function profile page, just like this. And let's go ahead and say return. And then you just return a div, which I'm just going to use flex items center, justify center. Okay, and min height screen, user profile. Let's just see. Yeah. Okay, so you could also just like since just add some padding. So just a padding of maybe 6. Yeah, to move it a little bit. So you have this profile while you have this whole thing done. Nice. Okay. Then so that's the profile page. Then the last is just going to add the logout. So you can just go ahead and search for if you want to log out. So I don't know if there is the logout button, like, so there is on the user button while we have the logout. Meaning you can just like have like a logout. Not sure why logout is not something that is let me say, I'm just going to say here Clerk logout. Okay, Clerk logout, maybe like button, I'm not sure. Okay, it is called sign out. So you can just like have this. You can also build this sign out flow. So there is sign out button. So it has also as a child, so which is nice. So usage, you simply have return sign out, just like that. So if you want to build your own sign out, you can see get the use Clerk from the Clerk Next.js, and then you have sign out on click, then you can do this. So we have two options. We can use this, the sign out button. Let me first see how this affects that. So if you go in the app sidebar, nav views actually here. So there is down here via sign out. So if I just go and comment this, add this sign out button, and then I just can say as child. If I do this, let's see what happens. If I click on this, yeah, I think it is okay. I don't think this has a problem. So if you click this, it actually signs you out. Okay. I think for that case, it has no problem. Like we can just like do with this if you want. I'm very sure this can have the, oh, there is, it takes in like sign out options. So if you want to redirect, but as you have seen, like it has this custom sign out button. So you can just like put in inside your custom sign out button. Okay. So you can also pass in session ID in the sign out options. I don't know what this one is. is retrieved from the use auth and just any blah blah now. So you can just use this to show the buttons. Okay, that one is just going to work for us for now. The way it is right now, I don't need to, add in more. So the account works and all these things right now, we're good. One thing though, in where we have this, I feel like this side we could also put the user button. Yeah, let me just go in the corner here and I will just put the user button. So if you just go like the products page, you can select this remains dashboard. So I'm just going to go on the other side and put that. So I will start from the layout. I'm not sure if this is on the site. It is on the site header. So on the site header, we can just go ahead and we have the title. So you can have flex, width is full. Then we have this. Then we have the separator and the H1, which is the title. So if you look at this, has a group, collapsible, blah, blah. I'm interested in this. If I add something else here, let's go ahead and add the user button. Okay. So for instance, we could just use this same thing like this. I'm just going to do this. Get this user, and then we can check. We can check. What did we use to check in the? Okay, we're just going to check for is signed in. Okay, and then we can just like use the user button. So use the user button component just like this. So how you use it is you can just get the signed in thing and then you check it just like this. So I'm just going to go ahead and get simply let me first add it here. We could just check if is signed. So we could just say if is signed in, and then you say and then you add this just to avoid any issues that might arise. Okay, so it is here, but would want it to be this extreme end. So if you look at the flex is items center, it doesn't talk about the justify. So what I would do is I would group these into two. So I'm just going to group these to be in their own div. And then I will just make these to be justify between. Okay, so now it kills these first ones. So I will just copy exactly this. And then add it here. Okay. Like so. And then we have this here, which has all this whole thing. Manage your account, sign out, like that. So basically we have Clerk now working to protect the pages and all the things, I guess, at this point. We have all the necessary components added. Okay. So what I just want is, what do I want? It is now starting customizing because we are done getting the user information. We know where to get it. If we want the user ID, we can get it from the use auth. If we want more information, we can just get it from that. So we know how to get the information. I would want to customize now at this point. Let's create the sign up flow before we go any further. So we have the same thing if you want to create the sign up page. So just go here. So I will simply duplicate, create this, go to the auth. So inside the auth here, then create a new file and add this. So you have the sign in, and now we have the sign up. So copy exactly the same things, the ones we added in the sign in page like this. Paste them in the sign up. The difference is that now this is a sign up component. Okay, this is a sign up component. Just like this. Okay, so we have make the sign up route public. So you simply have to add this in the public routes in the stuff. So you can just go in the middleware. What is the middleware? So in the middleware, and just like add in your public routes like so. And that's it. Update your environment variables to add the sign out. So you can just say like sign up fallback. So we only need, I think, for this in the environmental variables, we have Clerk sign in URL. Now we have the sign up URL, and then we have sign up, sign in fallback, and the sign up fallback. Okay. So now if we go to the fixed navbar, we make sure that we have our logout, our sign up in the sign up. I think we already had that one. Nice. Okay. So if we just go ahead to test this, we can just go ahead and sign out. Now, if you click on sign up, let's just say, okay, so this one takes out this sign up. So me basically, as I said, like we can just also add the padding to this. So if you just go to sign in, we can just go to its layout here, and let's give the class name. Let's add a padding of 8. Just add a little bit of padding. Nice. Okay, so basically they have this thing they have added in, like secured by Clerk and blah blah, like this whole thing looks the same. Okay, so I might just want to improve this flow. Okay, a little bit. So I want to bring in the custom components. At this point, if you want, you can stop here for the this build here. Like this is really good at this point. In fact, let me just go ahead and get this part before I modify it. I could create a branch for this, but I'm just going to do the easy one. I'm just going to do this reveal, not new folder. I just want to reveal. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and copy everything except the node modules. And maybe the next part it is. So I'm just going to Control C. I will create another one. I'm just going to say Next.js. Clerk. Okay, Next.js Clerk. So I'm just going to enter, and I will just like put everything here. So this is if you want Next.js Clerk. Nice. So let's continue with the now custom elements. Okay, so at this point, I'm just going to go, this is how they have UI elements, and they give you all the things they have. They even have waitlist, which is nice. Then they also have control components. All these ones redirect. And then they have unstyled components. Then they have the customization guides with this, where you can use appearance prop. I don't know how much you can just go with appearance, but just know it just can go with there is layout, there is the theme, where you can look at the themes that are available, and also the layouts that are available. Now I don't know for the variables, then the elements. So fine grained override, you may just want to say the elements that are under specific state. So you could just like try this and look at there is default this, there is shades of purple theme. Okay. Then there is neo brutalism. So you have different themes. Then you have the dark theme. Then you have, of course, the default theme. Okay. I just want to use mine. That's all. And then for the layout prop, you see you can just like go ahead and in the calc provider, you pass in the things here, what you want. I'm just going to go with Clerk elements. So at this point, I'm just going to search for Clerk elements. Okay, they say that in beta, but I'm just going to go with those ones. So the one I want is actually to get started here. They tell you that first of all, currently works with Next.js app router and Clerk Core 2 as disclosed to the stable release support for additional framework. So right now it's only supports Next.js, and make sure you upgrade to Core 2 if you are starting from scratch. For this, I think we are just already using Clerk Core 2 or something. I don't know how you might know if you're not using Core 2. Clerk Next.js to Core 2. I think this just like we're already having Core 2 right now. Let's just first see in the package. I don't know what the Core 2 means. Might just already be using Core 2, because you can say upgrade into Core 2, install Clerk Next.js. We already have that one. Okay. So I'm just going to assume I have Core 2 at that point. Then what else do I need? Okay, so then down here, you need to install Clerk elements. So I'm just going to get this. Okay, so on a new tab, I'm just going to install Clerk elements. So here they have just like, they have this, the sign-in flow, the sign-in examples. So I'm just going to go with these sign-in examples because they have really nice examples. So if you enter, for instance, the username and password. So basically what I want is they also have Google Auth. Then they have multi-factor authentication. I might just need like this one, whereby I just simply need this. Ensure email address, phone number, and password are enabled, that and that all are required. And then navigate the select multi-factor. Ensure that only SMS verification is enabled. I don't know if I just need multi-factor. So email, Google, multi-factor. Okay, I think I just need something like this. Okay, I might just like need something like this. So even here you have to go, you say in the Clerk dashboard, navigate to the email phone use page. Insert the only email address and phone numbers are enabled and required. I know for the phone numbers, if like sending of these is not charged, select the sign in options to the tab and ensure that email verification is enabled. In the navigation sidebar, select SSO connections. Ensure that only Google is enabled. Select multi-factor. Ensure that only SMS verification is enabled. I'm not sure if like SMS verification is for free. In that case, I simply would want just to simply add in. So this is the sign up, the sign in example, and then this is the sign up example. And then there's primitives. I don't know what are they. Oh, okay. Then receive email, resend. And then you have shared CN. So they're saying before you start to use these examples, you must first complete the CN installation guide, installation button card, and this, then you install that we already have. And then they have the config, and then like if you want to add something like this, I think this is like much more better. We can start from this because the fact is using chat. This is good. I like this. So they sign up. So this is the sign up page. Expand, copy everything, and simply go to, so let's go to app, auth, sign up page, just like this, and paste everything here. Okay, so this gives you the input component. I think we already have all these ones like this. Let's see the ones we don't have. The icons, components, UI icons. That's the ones which has like the Google icons, spinner, icons.github, and all that. I will just get those in a minute. I don't know why they gave only the sign in, they sign up. There is also sign in actually. So just copy this actually, and then go the sign in, and then do this. Okay, so it also just have the same things with icons. How do I get the icons? So then they have OTP. So say the following example demonstrates how to make one-time password input with Clerk elements. This example will only work if placed within a step in a sign up or sign in authentication flow, as shown in the sign in and sign up examples. So I don't know where this is even placed. Where do you place this? But if you just go in the sign in flow, do we have the first sign in? Then the clock is loading. Then we first start with the first step, which is start. And then the loading GitHub and this. And then clock connection, then email addresses like this. I don't think we have that step. I don't think we have the step. Then we have sign up to state, choose strategy, the password sign in step. Oh, so I can see there is verification. Okay, let's see. They say that this will only work this will only work if placed within a step in sign up or sign in authentication flow. So if you just look at the code here, you have clerk.input type OTP. To be sincere, I don't know where you place this one. I'll just go ahead and just go through the step, the one we have just added, and see. So I just want to get these icons. How am I going to get the icons? Can't we just use other icons like here? We have the spinner icon. Can I just say simply a spinner? In fact, just like loader. Just do loader, just like this from proceed. And then another one, icons.github. Okay, I'll just want to have these. Let me first go back here with the one that was there, the icon.spinner. I don't think, do we have on shard for some reason? Would we be having the icons? They say icons. We don't have the icons. Probably just you have to do those ones for yourself. So in that case, I think I'm just going to use. Okay, I could just also just do this copy and just go to maybe V0. So let me first go. Okay, before I just leave this one, by the way, there is one more thing we're just going to do here, but let me just go open V0 for now. Let's go and say I have a custom sign up. Is it sign up or sign in? I don't know whichever we just did. This is sign in. A custom sign in component that uses icons. Okay. I'm just going to say, can you create for me the icons component is on A1. So I don't know, it's going to do custom Clerk component. So you're saying while we access these three components, they just see doing it here. That's the only thing we need. So just go to the code, UI, icons. So copy this and just go to the components, UI. We're just going to add icons. So just say icons .tsx and let's paste this. Okay, so we have this. Get the received props. This should just be okay. Type light bulb icon as received props. You can also just import, I think, received props. I don't know what this is. Let me just come here. like that. So these should be okay now. Like icons, let's just like it's saying can't find the model UI icons. What did I put them? Components UI icons .tsx. So you have export. We have loader, which is using loader. Then you have GitHub, which is using GitHub. And then we have Google, which is the only one that is having is only Google. Then others are just like the normal Lucid. Lucid icons, which I didn't expect. But you could just like do this and then go down here, import the icons. Similarly in this, you can just go ahead in the sign in, key this, and then go here, just get the icons, just like that. Nice. So if I just go back, for some reason we already have errors. I would also want to go ahead and put GitHub. So in this thing we did in the project here, configure your application. So if you just go here in the sign in, user profile and sign up, we have the verification during email. You can see like phone numbers is for pro users, can add phone numbers to their account. Okay. Then allow users to delete their accounts. Didn't seem like any here. Email verification code is okay. So I think if you want to add more things, can see others are for pro users. Password. I wanted to add one more method. I don't know where do I do that. Math factor, attack protection session, settings, roles and permission, subscription plan. Where do I do the configuration? I thought I would do this over here. So configure. I don't know where can I add the this shows up as an option for all users. Okay. I just like want to add more things to this. I have only one user right now. Okay, I just want to go to create a production instance. Okay. We just look that at some point. But you know, I wanted to add GitHub. I don't know how I'm supposed to do that. How you can add in more stuff, because here we only have two only. Add auth application. Okay, something else. Okay, let me first leave this one. I'm just going to go ahead and do sign up. Why are we having an error right now? Let me just go in the app here and see what might be the problem. The reference guest is not defined. Is that the no, that's the odd error, I guess. Let's scroll down here. It is looking like everything is okay. Oh, we are on the sign up form. Oh, okay. So like he's saying that Clerk provide a publishable key. Let's see here. Let's say tree this client properties. This want to be show up, so it can happen. So if you just look at whatever is just like happening, Clerk element runtime error. You have used connection name equal GitHub, which isn't enabled in your project. Enable GitHub in your Clerk project. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted to enable GitHub in my Clerk project. I've been looking for that. I don't know where to get it. Next, this. You can even put the logo, then support email, test mode. You see, you can even export all users. You see that? That's the nice thing with Clerk. Okay. Where can we add in the in the docs? I think in the docs there is a sort of like this is why I saw somewhere ask AI somewhere here. So I would just say I want to enable GitHub in my Clerk dashboard to an existing project. I'm just also going to ask this to maybe ChatGPT or Cloud so that I don't. Let's see here. It says to enable Git as social connection in your list. In the Clerk dashboard, go to SSO connection page. Click add connection for all users, then choose this. Okay. I can imagine I just like even went there. Can you imagine this? Okay, so let's just back the dashboard. Okay, just go back the dashboard. SO connections, add connection for all users. And now so you can see we already have Google enabled. And then choose. They say all auth credentials are shared between ES and social work. So by the way, if you want, you can add your own. So you like if you just add like not a custom provider. I just want to now add in GitHub. Yes. So I want to add in GitHub also. So now GitHub is enabled. So add connection. Okay, nice guys. So now we need to restart our project. So I'm just going to do this and start again and see if the error is going to go away. So why don't you just add GitHub? Okay. Let's just go and wait and see. So you can see by that we have a nice error page. Instead, just like you can just like have this error page. Looks good. Yep. I like this. And there is no any Clerk thing anywhere. So I have Google and GitHub. So I might just also just go ahead and put this and put my logo on top. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to go to simple UI like this. And under simple UI, there is where we have auth. Simple UI. Where do we have auth? Sometimes just going to put in like this search or something. But somehow we have the auth UI here. So the ones I want is not these ones, but just like one this last one. Yeah. So I want just to add where I have this logo somehow. So if you look at my app right now, let me just bring this close to this. So we have the app. It's almost the same actually. I just only want to add the logo. This one here. And yeah, so you can see it's almost the same. The only missing part is the logo. Maybe the card also, this one is more white than this, but this one looks better. So I'm just going to go to code. So here where I have the code. So I just want to go up here where I have this app logo icon. I have it down here somewhere. The app logo icon. And by the way, we have also a chance that this has, if you want the GitHub icon to look different than the one we have here. But this one looks also okay with the Google. But here we have both the GitHub and the Google icons. So I'm just going to go ahead and go back to code. Let me start with this. I will first copy. So we have the icons, as you can see here, the logout, logo, Google, GitHub, like that. So we can just like replace the one for GitHub, for example. I'm just going to go to icons. So you can just go to icons. And here for GitHub, you can just like use this. Okay. Yeah. So you can even add in more icons if you wanted, because we have also, you can just put for your logo, there is arrows and others, but we don't need them. I'm just going to go to where I have this app logo icon. So I'm just going to also do this UI. I'm just going to say logo icon .tsx like this. So you have the export app logo. You can just get this from S attributes from React, I guess. Okay, then now we can use it in our app. So if you look at it here, we simply need to add it exactly on top of this H1. So let me just go to in the sign in and the sign up pages. So here, there is where we have create your account. So this is, I think, in the header, create your account. So at this point, I don't know if I try to do this. how would this look like? So put the next link and also put the import the logo icon. So we are on the sign up. Oh, okay. So later you can just like place this in a flex dot items center dot flex score. Can I do this? Okay, I am not sure if putting that logo in the center is more better. That is something I'm not sure about. You can see this was in this side. Depending on how you want it to, I guess, to be. So you could also put this in a span dot margin top of 3, maybe just to, this is supposed to be span. Okay. This looks good to me. For now, I think to be everything is in the center and you have your own logo. I don't know if we could just like have the SVG for like a Next.js app or something. By the way, if you right click on this, they give you to copy a logo in SVG. And if I just copy that and then you go to this app logo and then you paste it in here, what happens? Oh my god, this is something else, I guess. But I'm just going to leave this one for now for the logo. Like this, create your account, then you have the GitHub and then all this. So if you want, sign in. Just going to go ahead and also put the same thing to customize it. So sign in to acme.com, sign up. So if you don't find the logo relevant, you can just like remove it. But I'm just going to go ahead and add the logo in similar way. So I'm just going to go back to just go to the sign up, sorry. Then I don't know, let me just first remove this DB on the side and say sign up. This, I think the other one is much better when it is in the center. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this for the card title. Go back here, and inside the card title we have this so far. So I will paste in this, then I will copy this, then paste it here. Let me first save, and then you have this link, and then you have the app logo icon. Okay, so if you just go to sign up, yeah, you have the sign in now to your Acme company, and this looks awesome. So I'm just going to try out sign up, but this time I just want to try to sign in using the email address. So I'm just going to go sign up. Let's use the email address, and this time I'm just going to use DesiHub. So I'm just say here desihub.info@gmail.com, password. Okay, so let's just go and see. Oh, okay, so they automatically create, you can see the sign up verify. They are doing it by themselves. So I had to see that here. So let me just get the Okay. Yeah, nice. Since now you don't have the image on this account, that's why you see it has this, but still it has the email. You can go to the dashboard. And if you want, you can build your own if you don't like that. That's the beauty. If you don't want the user button, because this is by default the user button. If you want to use this, the user card like this, you can still use this one. Here you only have, you don't have the name. Okay. So probably maybe you would want to use the username or something, but here you have only the email of the user, which is still okay. Okay, so that means if you went to the profile page, if I just go to the account page, okay, so you can update profile. Let's see. So you can upload the photo here. I wonder you cannot put the name, but you can put your, you can see you can add your photo. Let me just go and see. So let's just say I have this is my photo, right? Then recommended size is this. I'm not sure if this one exceeds the, okay, is it already updated just like that? Oh, I can even see here. You can't update the name. There is no way you can update the name. Oh, okay. So if I just go back the settings, if you just go to configure email, so here, users have ability to set the first name, and I'm just going to enable this. Okay. So require first and last name. Users must provide first and last name at sign up. So you might just like do this. Save. Okay. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to sign out from the app. So sign out. Okay. So now since we have changed it, you can restart the app. Let's just go ahead and restart. And let's go ahead and sign up. Okay, I just wait. Okay. Okay, nice. So we have this is sign up, create an account. Let me just try another email. Can I just go ahead and delete this user? So I just want to go ahead and first remove all the users so that I can create again. You could just click on users. Let me just delete this second user. Delete user. Okay, so now let's go back. In our app, this is sub.info, then password. Okay, you can verify. From the email. Oh, so now continue registration, username. I'm just going to say DesiHub. This one was not there. Username is not valid. Okay, so let's just say DesiHub like this. Username is not a valid parameter for this request. Okay, so I guess even if you put in anything, we need to configure this. Okay, so I think this is in the steps. Okay, this is in the steps. So if we just go back to the sign up, this I think will affect only the sign up. So in the sign up, if you look at the steps, so we have the start step, we have the continue step, which is requesting the username. Okay, so I'm just going to say that if I copy this, I'm just going to go to cloud, sorry. Just going to say, I want to modify this Clerk elements sign up page. I want to remove the, I think I say want to modify the continue. I want to modify the continue step to add first name and last name, and remove the user name, because in my dashboard I enabled first name and last name as required. Okay, I'm just going to see what it's going to be able to do. So the captcha here, continue first name, then last name. Okay, let's just wait and see if that's going to work. Okay, so it has finished. Let me copy this, and then the wise thing would be duplicating this first, and then going back, let's add this. Okay, and let's go back here. Okay, so now complete your profile, first name. Just going to have maybe let's say okay, then here I'm just going to say John Baptist. I say continue. Okay, so this, oh yeah, it actually worked. So we can just go to the dashboard, and basically I think we have the first name and last name. However, it didn't verify. Oh, we had already done the verification process. So now you can see the name is there, the full name. Okay, so cool. I think that is nice. We have that one done. So I think at this point, I feel we are done with customizing everything. Okay, I feel like at this point we are done with this info. And then yeah, so this is good. Okay, this is good. I could just, I don't know if using this is okay, but I think just this is okay. You can just manage the account, which brings the profile, the profile in the pop-up. Okay, this is good. We are done with the front end of things. Okay, we're done with the front end of things. Now we can just go to the next one. So in the next one, we're just going to deal with, as we put it here. So the next thing is, now we can actually leave this open. Okay, then we communicate, just going to communicate with the Hono API. So we can just like authenticate users in the Next.js app, and then we listen to this API here for that case. Okay, so that's what we're just going to do in the next session. Okay, so welcome back to the second session. We're just going to be looking Clerk with Hono. Okay, so we just want to add, so in this case, what we are aiming at is in our API, we can just go ahead and consume an API endpoint in this case. Like for instance, in our application, we have store. Okay. Maybe store like this. So the store has categories and have the products. So for instance, someone shouldn't create a new category if they are not authenticated. Okay, so like we could just add this button for create, like this model for create. We could just like add it in the dashboard, and to access it, maybe you need to be authenticated. So I'm just going to go ahead and create another app, which is going to be a Hono app. So that is easy, but let me delete this before. Okay, so now what I need is I need to create a Hono app. So inside here, I'm also just going to just do this, right click on this. I'm just going to again use the DesiHub CLI. So this is new. Okay, you have to add a project name. So this is new Clerk Hono or Hono Clerk. I'm just going to say here Hono Clerk starter, just like this. Okay, so this I may just choose Hono, just like this. So just going to wait for, okay, so it has finished. So you're just going to say cd into Hono. then code. Okay, so I'm just going to open this in here. So you can see that you need to add some environmental variables. Let's see what do we need. So we have most of them here. The only thing we just need is going to be database URL and maybe the recent API key, but all others are actually working. So basically, I'm just going to copy everything. I create .env, just like this, and then paste in. Then I'll just go and get the database URL. So at this point, I could just use the Prisma. I can just go ahead and use Prisma. Get started. Okay, not the docs. Not the docs. Just go to Prisma and just click on. Just simply click on get started here. Create your first database. So I'm just going to go ahead and sign in. Of course, you could also use Neon. I'm just going to go ahead and create here. I'm just going to say also Hono Clerk. I'm just going to say here Hono Clerk. Starter kit. Okay, then Prisma Postgres. I'm just going to leave this region. Create. Just going to go ahead and create. So you could add the so here they give you what to use. Generate, quick start, and existing. Connect person to your current project. So if you are using you must already have Prisma schema file, and so just click on this. Generate credentials. Okay. So it gives you the database URL. So I want to copy this, go to my application, and let me just add this in the env. Let me just replace database URL just like that. So you can just have securely this. So then this is cd into and then Prisma migrate dev. So we just need to do the migrate. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to go ahead and click on this. So you can first delete the migration file that is there. We already have one migration file. So now we can run this. npx Prisma migrate init. So this is going to push everything that we have in the schema. Okay, just the way we have in the schema, just like that. Just like wait for a second. This will go ahead and push. Yeah, so you can see finally it did push everything. Okay, nice. So we could just use the seed file we have here. You can see the seed generates the this. It also creates the users. We might just not need to create the users, because we want to use, actually, there is one thing we didn't do the way we're going to do it. So we have here this API key, and what I would want is only the creation of the products, only this one. So let me just go ahead and comment all these ones here. So the creation of users is going to be via something else. So I'm just going to go ahead and first of all remove this, then create the default API key. Then I will also comment this. Then we have these credentials. I'm just going to remove this here. Okay, so what do we need now? In the creation of the products, we added that we need a user. Let's change in the schema. So here, like, the user has products somewhere here. The user has products. We could just like remove this, not attach to it to any user. It is not a must. I'm just going to remove this relationship of the having the user ID on the product. This is going to be an e-commerce kind of app. So yeah, we don't need to put any relationship there like that. And then for the API key, let's just leave it based on the user for it. So you can just come ahead and also remove this user ID. And I'm just going to run again here. So just a second. Okay, so let's just run npx Prisma db push, since we changed the that, and then we can just remove this. Okay, so we have all these functions we are not using. The generate API key, we are not using it. The current user, all these things we're not using, we can first remove them. So like this function, I think we'll use it at some point, but we can comment it out. Then go down here, products.product. So we can just like, you can just say click on fix, like for this. So VS Code puts it back. So what you do is on the fix, you can just say disable for the entire file. Then you go to this. Also for the parentheses, you can just also fix for the whole entire file. And yeah, so we have also these ones we're not using. You can comment them out. So basically the seed file is the seed file is going to simply only create the products in the database. And if you look at these products, they are these ones here. Okay, so instead of putting these ones, I think we could actually add products and categories, the ones we have in our front end. So if you look in our front end, this side, we have the server actions. Like for instance, if you look at the get categories, they are just coming from this API endpoint. So if you just go to the app and then you go to API and you look at categories route, so you can start returning the categories, and these are the dummy categories. So I can just going to copy these two things, export categories and export products. So go back to this side where we have dummy, like products.dummy. I'm just going to have here seed. I'm just going to say here I'm just going to create data.ts. Anyway, data.dummy.ts, just like this, and add this here, like so. So we have the products. We could also just like add the, since I'm not going to go ahead to add the other, to add the images, the real images, that would take me a lot of time. That one is not essential. What is essential is that we have the categories and we have the products. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and change the one thing that is going to change here is the product is going to change. So we have here the product. We have to match that product with our dummy data here. This product ID, the name, description, price, image, and the category ID. So I'm just going to do is I'm just going to copy this to simplify the process. So this is the product. I'm just going to go here. I'm just going to click on the new one. I have this product, and then I'm also going to add a category. So this is a category here. Copy this. And I'm just going to put down here. And this category, just like this. Okay. So I'm just going to say that update. So I just wanted to update my, so can you just go ahead and update my schema here? So I'm just going to say I also have a Prisma schema, which is this one. So I'm just going to say add the category model, and then also update the product model to be related. So since we're just going to have these IDs, so it's going to be, I think, okay. So I'm just going to say create the category, add the category model, and I'll also update the product model. Just like first get those two, so that we can just like add in the category model. Okay, so you can see that we have the API. Now we have the category, which has a relationship with the product. So like this, I'm just going to go ahead and copy those two. Go ahead, I'm just going to go ahead and replace with the product model like this. So we have now the category model here. Category has ID, CUID like all others, name, slug, unique, image, and then it has product, which has the name, slug, and then it has the description and this. Okay, so I'm just going to say that if I have the dummy data, so I'm just going to have, I have these dummy data here. Let's say I have these dummy data file. So I simply want to it to update. So we just added this file, I guess. Did we just like add this one? I guess we added this one. So what I want is to update now the seed file. Okay, so if this is my seed, I will just go ahead and remove this. So if this is my seed file, so main has clean database. Just going to first remove this. So I will just copy this here. Okay. So I'm just going to say that I want you to update my seed file. So just simply need to update the seed. So we start by creating the categories. And then after that, we have seed categories, and then we have seed products. So for the category ID is product.category ID. Oh, okay. So yes, I kept it cool exactly the way it is. So I'm just going to copy these two functions. It actually also added the clean, the one for cleaning, but I'm just copy this. Okay, so I'm just going to go here and paste these two. And then inside the seed, we have first seed the categories, then after, so in this, you have this copy await seed. Then in the normal one, we have the clean and the seed. Okay. So then we have the seed. So inside here, I'm just going to replace the seed database like that. And then in the main, we call the await seed. So we could also just like first clean. I'm just also going to copy these two and add them in the clean. Just add them in the clean. So here we're just going to say we have clean, and then we can just go ahead and clean this. So yeah, putting it in the transaction, which is okay. So first of all, let's first push, and just going to say npx prisma db push. That will add the category on the Prisma. Okay, let's look at some other things we need to add. Okay, so we have categories. Let's import the categories from dummies, and let's also get the products like that. So far we have 4 errors. The first one is the product.description. So if you look at this, is that this does not exist on the product. Which products are we talking about? Oh, okay, the products are coming from the wrong place. So we can just go ahead and see this, remove this. Okay, let's remove that. So the products come from the data like this. So now we only have to fix this one. Simply fix So we still have this clean DB. So what we could do is actually call the clean DB. So we can also just await in here where we have C database. So we could just like first clean await clean database like this, but I'm just going to first just comment it out. And we could also just simply also first add remove to disable unused vars for now. Okay, so now everything looks good. Let's just go ahead and seed in the database the data. So I'm just going to say pnpm. I'm just going to say npx prisma db seed. So this one should just like go ahead and add the categories, and then after add the so the seeding is done. Okay, seeding is done. So let's go to the routes. I want to create one more route for categories, so you can see it is not there. So I'm just going to duplicate API keys and I add for the route for the categories. So I will name this to categories. And that's also to show you how you would create a new route in the Hono. So there are 4 files. The first one that you need to do is the one for the schema. So here you create the schema for this. So this one would just be category schema. So just a category schema. So in the category schema, you define what is inside. Okay, so what you do is go to the Prisma, go to the category. I would just want you to copy this. In fact, just copy this the way they are here. These ones, go back in this and let's put them down here to look at them. So you have the ID. Okay, so we have the ID. Then we have the name, which is just a string and required, so a minimum of 1. Then you can just say here the category name is actually the name is there. Just going to put the name on top here, just like this. Then there is slug. So here I'm just going to say slug. And then Z is a string, minimum of 1 character. I don't know if this one has, does it have, I'm not sure if this one has like unique or something, but yes, just leave it like that. String also. Then we have the key. No, we have the image. So we have the image. And then this one is optional. So we can pass in, I think here, optional dot optional. Okay, then we have created art and updated art. So you can just do this. Updated art. Updated art. Okay. So the dates are optional because this one will be auto-created. So this basically is our category schema. You need the name, slug, image. So you need to first start with, for every route you create, you start by creating the schemas. So this is the base schema for category. Then from it, we derive all other things. This ID param is okay. Just leave it like this. So create the create. So here we just need to create the schema for create. So the create category schema, create category schema is going to be the category schema dot omit. So we need to omit the dates, created art and updated art. And then what else do we need to is only the ID and these. So others are there. So remove this. So we just need to omit these three. For the then here we export type definitions. So we need to category, just like that. Export type category is infer of the category schema, just like that. And then we also need create the create category input. So you could just like do this, and this is going to be infer of the create category schema. So make sure you export the types, the create, and you can see we have this one. So that's done in this file. Now let's go to the handlers. So in the handlers are the ones which are just doing the create and everything. So we start by list, and in the list we need to list all the categories. So like this, await dot category, so dot find many created at, and then here we put categories, as simple as that. So here, this is the one that is going to return all the categories. Then create is going to be create route. By the way, I need to change those files. Let me just change this too. So rename. This is going to be from API to category. Category.schema. So you can see the categories. Let me see the naming here in the products. Yeah, so it's the categories. So here you could just say categories.schema or category.schema, whatever. It's going to do categories.schema. Then we have API. So whatever there is this API, I'm just going to put categories. And then this, they just first rename them, then we just work on the content inside. Categories dot index, and finally is going to be the handlers. So you can just say categories dot handlers. So in the handlers, we just come here. You can see we are getting this from the categories.route. So we will not need this function generate key. So in the create, we just get the data create is create route. Now where we are getting this is what is important. Is coming from this categories route. So we don't need this generate key. So we just come here and we say category is await prisma.category create, and you simply add the data, I guess, here. So in this, you could just say data is data, just like this. And then whatever you return here, you're just going to go ahead and return the category. So like so. Nice. So then get one. This gets one single category. So you can just see we get the ID from the param. And then from the ID, we're just going to say category. Okay. Now for this one, I just want simply return a list of products, because if you just go on our UI, is this still working? Let me just like refresh. Yeah. So if you just go on a UI and you click on this fashion, you said it's going to route by the category ID. Okay, is routing by the category ID. So it has this, it has the products, So it returns, if you go to that endpoint in the UI, it is this one. So if you go to API products, we added it inside the products categories just like this, but I'm just going to add it on a single category. So we want to look at what it returns. So if you look at what it is returning, it is actually returning the paginated data. Let's first look at this before paginating it. It has this category products dot filter by category ID. I'm just going to only return the products for now. We could just return even the whole category details like this, the title, then plus the list of all these products if we wanted. Yeah, so I'm just going to go to back to Hono like this. So you get the category, just say category await Prisma dot category dot find unique where ID, and then you could just say include, and then you go ahead and include the products just like this. Okay, now we can just go ahead and say if there is no category, we can return no not found, and then otherwise we return the category like this. Okay, then we have the remove. If you want to implement also the delete, so you can just say get this and then get the deleted category, and then is await, then you say Prisma dot category, and then here you say if there is no deleted category, then here you first find, I guess you're first finding the this. If it exists, then now you can just go ahead and await category dot delete where ID, and then you can say category deleted successfully. And then there is also list by user ID. We don't need that one, so I can just go ahead and remove this. And now from that, we just go to the routes. So to the routes, we just need to import what is necessary. For the list, this is going to be slash categories. And then the gate, we have this list of that. And then create is so still slash categories. And you could just go ahead, and the tags is going to be categories. So here is going to be categories. List of categories. So here is list of categories. Then we have the create. So here is going to be categories ID. And okay, so remove still is also categories ID. And then all this is going to be category deleted, category deleted. Then here's going to be category not found. Even here, category not found. They requested API key. So this, the schema here, if it is okay, they requested category. Then we have that. Then list by user, we don't need this, so you can go ahead and remove that. We can also remove this from here. Okay, we still have two errors though. So we have API key schema and this. So you can just go ahead and remove these ones. So instead of the API key schema, we're just going to say this is the category schema. Okay, and then create. So this is going to be create category schema. Then the same thing here. This is responses of category schema, then create category schema. Then this is get one. Now get one is very interesting because what is returned if we say category schema, this is going to get an error this side, more especially on get one. You can see get one has this because of what is being returned, because what is being returned in here is we have also the products. So I guess what I would do is you have to change it in the schema in that way. It is going to return the category with also the products. Let's first go back to the routes. We check if everything is done. On the remove, we have delete response not found. Okay, so the only problem we have now is on the get one, because the return responses, if it is okay, is not this category schema here. So what we would do is I would create, let me just say category with products. I'm just going to say category with products. Yeah, schema. And we're just going to borrow the one in the products in a second. But we need to know that this, it has this, then it has the products. Let me just go to this side. In the product schema. So in the product schema here, there is something we need to add in that has changed. If you just go back the schema and let's get the product with everything it has here, like this, and go back the product schema and let's paste it here. So you can see it has ID name slag, so which is just the ID name slag. Then description buying price description. So it doesn't have description here. And if you look at the description, is not required. So that is like not we could just go here and we add description. So you could just say description string, and then you can just say optional. Okay. So the ones that have that ID name slag buying price, then we have price itself. Okay, and then we have the image. Okay, which is so it has this variable. Okay, then there is category ID. So while we have the user ID instead, just going to say category ID, just like this. And then here we have created art, and so okay. So we can now have the created art and updated art. So that's it. in this schema, everything remains the same. So what I just don't know, if I had two schemas, okay, if I had two schemas like that, if I'm just going to ask this, if I have two schemas, this and another one which is this, like this, then how do I create this categories products schema? So I'm just going to say how do I create a category with schema? How do I create that? The one which has the products. So option 1, extend with products array. So you could just say category is this. You say category.schema.extend, then you add simply products. Option 2, use merge, the alternative syntax. So you can say category, this is category.merge, said you add this. Option 3, if you want to avoid circular reference issues, you can just say product without category is this, and then you have category with products, you have category schema.extend products. Option 4, with optional products array. So you can just say category with product schema is category extend this. They say the first option is probably what you want in most cases. The resulting schema will validate objects that have all category fields plus the product. So in the first case is you simply have the category schema.extend products, which is similar, like I think the same as this, but then you put that these are optional. The products array is optional. Yeah, I think which is just will be okay. Let me just create this. Okay, so I'm just going to go here and create this. Now we need to import the product schema from the products, and we create category with products. If you look at it, it will have everything in the category plus an array of the product schema. Let me try to use this. Down here, when you're exporting, we have category. Okay, so we can also just export type. We can just create a type const. Yes, a export type, and then you're like category with products is equal to z.infer, and then we can put in type of this. Okay, then just go back. We have one error though. So this one is, let's fix this. So just go back this category, and then where we have get one, so just get one. So in the get one here in the routes, if you just go to get one, so on the okay, it's going to return not this, but now it's going to return a category with products. Okay, just look at this. Is saying what? And just scroll down here. Types of data products are incompatible. Description string owner. Name. Image string owner. Is not assignable to string, buying price number, category, string, description, which is string or undefined. So they are trying to select these. Okay. We could just say go to because if you just go to the categories again and you look at the type here, this, or look at this, can we, I don't know how you could just like define like what we have in the product schema here. Why you have this description is Z optional. And if it's the same as you have like nullable, so the nullable will result into string or undefined. How can it result into? Because the Prisma, on the other hand, here is bringing description as string owner, then for the image string owner, just like that. Analyze. Let me see if I just return. So I'm just going to say const result is equal to. I'm just going to say that this. Just going to say this. I'm just going to say const products is going to be equal category dot. So we have category dot products like this. So we can just say we could just set them to be like this. And then just like products. Maybe I just going to call it data. Products data. And then I can just say const products is equal to products data dot map. Okay, dot map, and then in the map I access a single item. So I just want to return, so you can just say return an object, and I return the whole entire item. Only that I just want to say that for the description to be item dot description, or this, then image also to be item dot image, and by default give it like this. Can I use also these ones? Okay, so we have a couple of errors. So here the products now. the products I have here now, I just want to do what? Can I just get these products and the so the resulting category is going to be equal to, so you could also go ahead and spread the category, and then down you just add the products to be actually products like this. I don't know why this, okay, to be products like this. So this would replace the product key, and then here we could return this instead. Okay, we still have the same issues. Oh, even the create now, they all have problems now, isn't it? Let's fix one by one. The one of gate one now, what's the problem now? It's saying the string isn't assignable type string or unidentified. Type null is not assignable to this. Okay. So I saw the resulting one, this one had it fixed. Like it has the image as a string. Okay, I don't know why it is still, okay, so this one I think it is looking at data.image. Types of data.image are incompatible. String, and then like this one is string or undefined. We are not now resulting into this. We are now returning of this. I don't know why. Anyways, I'm just going to first leave that because it's going to take us more time for the create. I don't know how they create. Why is it having any problems? Data are incompatible. Name string is not assignable type. These properties of image still string or null are isn't assignable type string or undefined. Here you can see that this, whatever you get back, here the return is string or null. For and then the one here in this I know in the list route, if we would get, how do you define instead of undefined? Let me just go back to these schemas like this. So instead of saying that the image is optional, how do I say it is null? How about like null? Let me first say that in this instead of image resulting into string or undefined, I want it to result into string or null. So I don't know how do I do that. Just like use like nullable. Okay, so you're saying that instead here just like optional dot nullable. Okay, so they just go here and see that. So wherever we have like dot optional, so here let me add dot nullable like this. So I'm just going to copy this for wherever we have the options. So we just go, yeah, just adding only this sorts the problem. Can you imagine that? So like wherever we have the image, you have optional dot nullable. So that is something to learn, guys. Just have to change these two things, optional and nullable. Nice. So now we no longer have any problems for all of them. Okay, so I guess like now we are good. Does it even need for me to map? Let me just say where we have the gate one here. Category don't include this. Does it need me to map now? So if I simply say, for instance, that here you add category, it doesn't actually need me to do this, all this thing, all this work here. There is still one. Oh, okay. So let's see the problem now. Scroll down here. Types of description are incompatible string. So what we just need to do is go to, let's go to gate one. So here in this, so the product schema need to have the description to have dot optional dot nullable, just like this, and that's it. Okay, so I've just learned that one today. But now if we just start our API pnpm dev running on localhost 8000, so we just come here and then we just have to go to /Scalar. So here are the docs, and we have, let's first add the categories. So we have the categories index, which is the one that is exporting the router. So you can see it has everything here. It creates the route. We have removed this. So let's get this router exported from here, and then now we can just go to our is it index here on app, and then we just remove the API keys. Okay, we can just leave the API keys. We simply add one more for categories. Okay, so just going to add the categories, and where do we add the get the categories? So just do the same thing, duplicate here, and just do this categories, just like this. So categories from routes, categories dot index. So save. You just need to fix this, and then down here just simply we have the routes, we add it here, and then we map through the routes. So now if I go back the UI, refresh, I have the categories. So now if I just go to gate, let's get like all the categories, test, send. So we should just have like, oh, do I have an error right now? Categories / categories. Can I send? Oh, post, not a post. Just need to, let me see here. I need a get. I just need to get all the categories. Yeah. So we just return all the categories. Okay, so this part was enjoyable and we learned a lot, more especially learning how to do that nice thing. So what I just need is right now is to use that in the this side of Next.js. So if you see the Hono API right now, let's just do one more thing. If you look at our API right now, it is running on slash, when you just go to slash here, if you look at the endpoint, localhost these categories / categories. I think what I would want is to attach the base. Okay. In creating this app, if we wanted, we can just also attach, I think, somewhere here dot base path, and then you can just like attach the base path like this. And now if you go back, I know some things have been affected, like the route subpath like that. Let me just go back to this. Oh, nice, it is now okay. So if you just go back here, like to categories, and you go to call this, I said this would be routed on slash. Let me just go to the browser, try to execute this. Or let me just open the client here, HTTP client, get, or I'm just going to paste here this /send. Okay, so what I wanted is to be /API. So if you just do this, this is not existing. Okay, so on the other hand is, oh, they say just dot slash just. I think it's supposed to be dot /API. Does this change anything? Oh, even the Scalar docs actually goes. So instead of attaching it as a base, because if you attach it a base, you have to go and change everywhere, like in where you have the compare here, it would be / I think API /doc, like this. If you just do this /Scalar like /. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is, because down here I think is where we have /Scalar. Let me see if you say API /Scalar. API /Scalar. I'm just going to remove these ones. Let me go back the create app. I'm just going to remove this base. Okay. So now if I do this, oh, okay. Just remove the API thing. Okay, nice. So what I want is, instead of like / categories, I guess what we'll do is, what if I just go to because if I just go ahead and put it in the routes here, like /API/categories, I feel like that is going to break me. I just need somewhere I can prefix this. Okay, so alternatively, if I go this side to the app, what if I just say slash? Yeah, okay, just say copy this. If I just go here and I say that if this is my Hono, okay, and then how do I prefix with prefix all routes to be /API? I feel like we can just like do it from somehow here. Okay, so you see, you can just do /API. Okay, let's just do that. /API. Okay, I'm just going to do again, and we see. Go back to the Scalar docs. Where are the Scalar docs? Okay, so if you just go here in the testing platform, and you just go back here and you try to test /categories, now it's not there. We do API /, yeah. So now you can see like / this. The problem with that is that now the home page must be gone. Where we have like / homepage like this, you can see like now this is not found. Okay, so we could just do that. They'll just say except the home route. So I'm just going to just stay there here, except the home route. So this could exclude the home route. So you, for the home route without the prefix, you add it like that. And you can also remove it from the array. I think that is good. So let me just go back here and add it here, app.route, and then here, let me remove it. So if I just go back to home, now it should work. Yeah. And now then for others, the docs are also there. And then if I just go to categories, now you can see that the API is now there. So if you just like do this, you can see it is on /API categories. So what we just want is to tap this, we use it in our Next.js application. So I'm just going to go and do that. So this is going to be easy since, just a second. Okay, so at this point, I have my Hono API. So what I just want to do is, let's go and use this here. I'm just going to go ahead and now copy the API endpoint. So this is the API. just like this. Just go back to our Next.js application. So I could just go to this env, and now in the env, I just want to add in one thing. So if you just go in our action, you will see that we're having the base URL. Okay, I'll just have like API base URL, just like this. In normal circumstances in production, we're using next public base URL. So this is one just like depending on /API categories /API everything. So I'm just going to go ahead and put this next public base URL. So I'll just go ahead and say in the env, I will create another one, which is next public API URL to equal this. So I'm just going to say 8,000, just like this. And now let's go back to data. So instead of just checking now this node env, I can actually put direct now so that it is going to be this, or so here's going to be this. Okay, so now it's going to be getting these categories from here. Now the same thing I'm just going to do is the products. Okay, so we just need to get all these things, the products and blah blah, all those things here. We have to change a few endpoints of the things we are passing in, because we are no longer just now tapping into this API, we are now tapping into the other API. Now what I would want is actually, just a second, if you just go to API categories route, the one for categories, I think it is okay. The one for categories, I think it is okay. The one for products is where the problems are. So let me just go to data. So since we have this, get categories is going to work. Okay, API categories, it gets the categories and returns them. They get products. Now we don't have all these things in our get stuff. So because you can see the params here saying get products and then returns this. Now if you look at this get products, what is basically doing, if you just go to route in the get, it gets the params and it gets the cursor, it gets the limit, category ID, then it gets the search. We don't have the search, for example. Then if it is filtered by category ID, we're not going to have also the filter. There is no search. So the paginated thing is the only one that, and there is this key which is saying paginate, and it takes in the products and then it puts in these things here. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is, what I can just do is I'm just going to copy this. Okay, I'm just going to copy this and let me go to data. And then here where I don't think we just need this. Here products, then params. So this response API products is what we just need to do. This will return the products like so. So this will have the products. So we could just say const products is equal to await response.json. Now we could also just put the paginated data is paginate, so we can paginate, and then we put products. Now we have the cursor and the limit, and then let's return the paginated data like this. I don't know why the return is saying that. Property data are incompatible, because whatever here you're saying return promise of paginated response, then product. This one will give us back the list of products. So if we go back to the client and you say API products, we get the 40 products. You can see an array just direct like this. So it's what we get in here. Now we can paginate using this paginated thing. So they said it was, if you look at the current one, what it was doing is it gets the filtered products, it does everything, and then it gets the paginated here. Is paginate, and that's what we return in the response. So I don't know why for this case here, when we returned it, why is it? Because it says paginated data is the data. Oh, this one is an unknown. Whereas in this, what was the paginated data? Oh, data is known here for this case. Oh, okay, I understand. Is because we already had the product known here. So we can just go here. Because of this products is not known, so we can just say as product array, just like this. Now we are good. Okay, so get products by ID. So if I go back here, I pass in an ID like this. I pass it in here slash. Okay, so an processable entity, because of the minimum string, must contain at least 24 characters. Because of the how we put the IDs to work. Let me just go back to the products. We have the ID. Okay. For this case, we have to change the validation rules a little bit in here. In the in the schema, there is one validation we always use. So the ID param. So minimum, just going to say 3. Just like this. So if I go back, let's go ahead and do for this first product. That should be the only thing like that. Yeah, so you can see now we get the product. Nice. You just simply change on this ID param. Okay, so that one also should just return the normal. So I'm just going to go back here, get product by ID, it gets this product's ID and returns back the product. Then create category. This should also just be the same. Then we have get products by category. So here we expect to pass the category, the param. We expect the category ID from the params. So we pass this API. So this one is on a different route. So if I just go to the products, we put it on the categories detailed category. Let me first look at what returns back actually here. So if you just go in get products by category, we expect to get the response, which is returning paginated. It also returns the paginated response. Okay. So basically we did the hard work. We changed how this one works. Let's just first go and see. So if you just go to home, you go to categories, detailed page. Here in the category detail, basically is finding the category using these categories and then loads. The only thing that is being gotten is this category product listing. So in the category product listing, the only thing is here's the categories, gets the category, okay, and then it gets the product by just like get data.page. So we need to also return the products. So I'm just going to go to the Hono API, change a little bit. So in these categories handlers, where we have get one. So instead of returning this, we just need to simply return the product. So instead of requesting, that's why this route actually is supposed to be the other side. But let's just say get prisma.products .find many. So just going to say .find many, and where category ID, where category ID is ID. Just like this. Then remove the include, and in this you get the products, and then it is what we're just going to return if there are no maybe we could just say if no ID, but we're just going to return here is going to be products purely, just like this. So what we just need to change is this get one. This get one here is going to return the products schema, just like this. The requested category products. This returns the product schema. It returns an array of the product schema. Let me see how get many is done here. Z dot array. So this is supposed to return also the instead of this, it returns z.array of this. Okay, now we still have we can remove this, and then we can do a fix of this import. So we are good. We also have these random bytes we are not using. Okay, so this, if I just go to the category ID in here, let's first go and get all the categories. And let's get all the categories. Let's get the category number 1. So slash category 1. So this will return, okay, the same thing. Let's go to the category schema, and where we have this ID param, let's say 3. So go back here and let's send. Okay, so you can see that this returns a list of the products. So now we can just go back to the front in this here, in this, where we have get products by ID. First of all, this is API category ID. As simple as that. We don't need to pass in any other parameters, just like this. And now we're just going to do the same thing we did here. So just copy exactly what we did on get products. So we need to do this. So here, and get products by this. So whatever you get as the response here, so you can just select for this. So you get the products as this, as product, and then paginated, return the paginated response. Get stats. We don't have this API for stats. We could create it. We could just like go ahead and create the, I think it is the last one. If you just go ahead and do API for stats here, like this, it gets the categories.length, gets the products.length, and then does the this, and then it returns this object. Okay, so I'm just going to simply get this. I just simply need to get this schema of what is being returned here. So I'm just going to say, can I get the schema for this? Create for me a Zod schema for the return. Okay. Okay, so okay, it created this. Nice. So I'm just going to go ahead and create that route. We have the categories, not in the Next.js. We just need to do it this side in the Hono. So you can just go ahead and just a second. Okay, so where are we? We're consuming this API. So let me see. Let me see what were we doing. Okay, wanted to create a stats. Wanted to create another endpoint here for stats. So I'm just going to duplicate this and paste it, and let's call this one stats just like this. So the only place we start with is stats.schema. So here you start by saying stats.schema.ts, and the only just need schema is for that. So let me just go here and see the schema that we created. So we can just copy this. We have the this, and then the response schema. I'm just going to copy this, and then from it you can export all these other one. Okay, just copy entire this whole file. So basically this one, we just only putting the schemas only. Okay. So the most important one is this, the status response schema, because it has the total categories, total products, total products, this and all that. So now we can just go ahead, and after exporting this, we can just go to either routes. So in the routes here, we just only need only one. So let me just go ahead. We don't need the create. I'm just going to call this one to be stats. We don't need to create. We just only need get. What did I remove? We just only need list actually. So all these other ones we don't need. I'm just going to go ahead and remove all these ones. We only need just list. So you can remove all these. So what we need to do is, when you go to /stats, the method is get the response here. So the response, this one, just going to say a stats object. So this one is going to be the stats response. So if you just go in this schema, what we want to respond with, if you remember very well, just returning with these stats like this. So we just need to return this stats response schema. The stats response schema is what I need here, like this. And it is not an array, is simply an object like the stats response schema. Let me just get this here. That's the only one we need. I'm just going to remove all these, then remove all these imports. Okay. So we need only this, and this is going to be stats. Okay, and then we can now, from this, we can create the handlers. So also the handler is going to be only one. So you can just go ahead and remove all these other ones. So you can remove all these here, these ones. We only leave the list. So the list is getting from categories. We just need to get now from, so this is stats.routes. We just rename this also to be stats. Stats.index, and then finally this is going to be stats.handlers. So we just only have one handler. We only need the one for, we only need just one for list, and this is going to be we are just going to get all these things here. So you can just go back to this side, look at the stats route. So we need to get these the way they are here. So I'm just going to copy this and just copy this here. And let me just go back this side. So here we just need to find this. Let's start with total categories. So if you just look at this, you need to get the categories and we get the lengths. So we could just say const. In fact, this total categories is going to be await db, I think, db dot what were we using? We're using Prisma, yes. So we are using Prisma here. So it's going to be Prisma, Prisma dot category dot count. So this gets the total number. So if you look at this, is a number. Same thing, the top products is going to be await Prisma dot product dot count. So this one also gets the total number. Then products per category. So you just get the categories. So I think in this we are getting, let me see. Do we need the category ID? No. Let me go back this side. So here is returning this product count. So to do this, you need the categories to have. So here you can see it returns category ID, category name, product count is products.filter category ID is equal category.id. Okay, I'm just going to get the categories. So you can say const categories is equal to await db prisma dot dot categories dot find many, just like this, and then we can pass in the include products. Okay, so down here we have the category, so you can just like, what if okay, this is something else. You can just do this quick fix, not fix, but just like disable. So we have the category, and then inside here we have now products. Okay, so we need also to find the products. So you could just also do this. Products is await product You don't need to include anything in this. And I think that's why they got in these you can just say got these from the length. Now we don't need to do any other query. We can just say categories dot length. And then also this one, we can just say products dot length. Okay. So yeah, almost done. Okay, so they have the prices, then it is average price. Then it is stats. Last up to date, and then return the stats. I have to return the stats like so. Then in the routes index, we don't need all these. There is only one that we are adding, the list. We don't have an error. We just simply had these. We can just remove that. Oh, okay. So if I just went to stats API, okay, I haven't added it. I don't know why this one has an error for some reason. With the user ID. Oh, list by user ID. We don't need actually this. It is not needed. So I don't know if we just go to the routes. We don't need that route. List by user ID in the products is not needed. So you can also remove this. Then you go to the index, remove this route. Then you can just remove this. Then in this, you can also remove this. Okay, so now if you just go in the index, we can just add one more here, which is going to be stats. So we can import stats. They like similar to these or others. Stats just like this. And let's go ahead and fix the spacing. Okay, if I just go back here and I say API stats, yeah, so you can just say like I have all these stats here, like so. Okay, have all the stats. So they just go ahead and also have this connected in the front end. So in the get data here, we have get stats, API stats, and returns JSON. Okay, so now the magic should happen actually. So now let's go back to our app. Okay, I'm just going to not actually fetch from this. Oh, okay, so it is still waiting. So this is now using the actual Hono API. Okay, air loading products. I just want first go to the home page. I just go to store. I want to see if there's anything loading. Okay, the categories have loaded, and also the products have loaded. Now to know that this is actually the new one, we just need to add one more category just to understand that this is actually working from the Hono API. So let me just go here, and I'm just going to go to first create a new one. So let's go to the test. So in the test environment, we just need to fill in a few things. The name is going to be test category. The slug is going to be test category. Then the image, let me just get the image from FreePick. Okay, I'm just going to get this image here. Copy image. Can I copy the image address? So we cannot now copy the image address. Okay, I'm just going to go to, let's just say phones. How about just going to the Ecommerce itself? Okay, let me just go and copy just this image of a TV. Copy image address. Let's go back here and let's paste in the image. Okay, so send. Okay, so this test category has been created. Nice. Okay, so if you go back the front end, let's reload the page. And we have the test category here. Nice. So we just need to add some product in the test category. So you can just copy this ID. Let's go to creating a product. So go to products. And then we can just say test on the post. Just click like this. Go down. And the first thing is the category ID. I'm just going to paste it here. Like so. And let's also go ahead and get the image of whatever we just want to add. Copy image address. Go back. Let me just add the image here. Price, let's say 150. Buying price going to be 100. Description, this is a test description. Slug, I'm just going to say my test product. I'm just going to run this as test product. Let's go ahead and create this. So it has been created. So if you just go back on the front end, we refresh. Okay. So you can see that. Oh, okay. So we cannot see it because we have the infinite scope, but the good thing is it is the first one here. So you can see my test product is here with the actual price. And you see, we didn't change anything on the front end. That's the good thing with swapping the APIs. Okay. Okay. So now what I need is to more especially the create. Okay. I need to log in And to be able to create, I need to be able for the user to be logged in. Okay, so I just need for the create to happen, I need the user to be logged in. That means we need to protect our Hono API. Like this create, the create we're just doing here. Let me move this here. So like this create here should not happen if the user is not logged in. Okay, so let's see if you just go to the docs. We can just go to Clerk. I just go to the docs here. So there are a lot of SDKs here. Let's go to the docs. I just want to search for somewhere Hono and see if they have the SDK reference and even examples. So there is Hono here. Okay, so I think this is the implementation from them. So we can just go ahead and say that you have to implement this Hono auth. So let me copy this. Go this side and let's install it. So npm install Hono. Then you have to add the Clerk secret and publishable key. So those ones, we already have them in the front end. So we add the same keys. So just go here and these two here. Okay. They're the same. So I'm just going to go env like this. Down here, I'm just going to add this. Now, let's see the name they have called them. Clerk secret key. So the first one is Clerk secret key, and then Clerk publishable key. So this is Clerk publishable key. So we don't need this next public. Just name them like this. How to use this? You can just go to wherever you have your routes, and in a route you can ask. So you could first put the middleware. So we can put the middleware like this, app.use. Okay, so you can just say app.use and just go to the middleware. So our middleware is in the create app here. So this is why you can just say app.use anything. So we can just like add here app.use, and then we can import Clerk middleware. Where do we get the Clerk middleware? From Hono auth, just like this. So you can just like add this in here. You can just like fix this like so. So get auth, we're just going to use it anywhere, somewhere, but here we have added the Clerk middleware. And now if you can just check in any route in the context, so this already has added it in the context. Auth is equal get auth, and then you pass in the context. And if there is no auth.id, then you just know that you're not logged in. And then you can have auth.id. So you can say accessing instance of backend API client. So you have the middleware, and then you say Clerk client ec.get Clerk client, and then you say user is await Clerk client.user.get user, and then you pass in the user ID. So you can get the user using this here. We just simply need to know if it's just like you're logged in or not logged in. So in the endpoint, we have like create category. Let's just go and try to actually add this. Okay, so I'm just going to go in one of these. Let's start with the categories. So in the categories, more especially in the so we have the routes in the handlers here. So you can see we have access to this. So the list, the only one we want to protect is the create. So if I just go here, you get the, before even you get the data, you want to know if it's authorized, right? So first of all, you can just go ahead and get this from Hono Clerk. Okay. So you have the auth. If there is no auth, okay, if there's no user, you want to return something, right? So in that case, we need to go ahead in the create route here. Okay, where we have the create, we need to add one more responses. So there is body and then there is the responses here. So there is this one 402. I'm just going to duplicate this. So there is one that is dot forbidden. So you could just say use forbidden. I think that is like one that you can use. Yeah. Okay, there is unauthorized. Okay. There is an authorized 401. Forbidden, I don't know. Forbidden is which code? Forbidden is for what? Okay, I'm just going to put unauthorized. Okay, unauthorized, and yes, we create error schema. Create error schema. We just need to return the error. Let me see like the others. Why have not found schema, then this. Okay. I'm just going to use this. I'm just going to create another schema. Like we have this one, which creates a message object with a started code like this. There is another one. Is called what? Delete response schema. I just want to create another schema where you can just do this. This is going to be not authorized schema. Not authorized schema is going to be this, but then here we're just going to say dot unauthorized. So I'm just going to use this in the routes, I guess. So in the create, we have this. So this one takes in a not authorized schema with the error that says which we're just going to say you need to be logged in. Okay, you need to be logged in. Okay, just like this. Now this side we just need to return this 401. So here return message. I don't know how we can put the status. So we can return status of c.json, and then we can just say http status codes dot unauthorized. Let's first see here, fix this. Okay, so now if everything works very well, let me just go to the front end and log out. So here we are logged in. I'm just going to go ahead and sign out. So here we are logged out right now. So if I went to create now, let's go to across this. Let's go back to the categories and let's go to post. Okay, so you can see now in this we have 422. I'm just going to go ahead and do this. Okay, so you can see you have now 401. You need to be logged in. Okay, so let me just try to go to test. And now let's go and try to add in a test here. So I'm just going to say test. Okay, and even here test. This is Slack, so just going to do here. So you can see here, message you're not logged in. Okay, so you get a 401 unauthorized and you need to log in. So let's just go ahead and log in. I'm not sure if this is going to work out. So just go ahead and log in. Okay, so currently right now we are logged in. Let me just go back to the store. So with those keys, I think it's supposed to now move the session keys to this side. So let's go ahead and go this side. I'm just going to refresh. Okay, go back to the post test. Just going to call this like authenticated category. Then yes, it's going to be authenticated category. And then for the image, I'm just going to go here. Okay. So let's send. And voila. Oh my God, this is so good. Oh, guys, this is good. This is really good. So now we just created. Now, oh my God, this is really nice. I'm loving this. So now we can authenticate our API using this only just few lines and adding this. Okay, we cannot create the categories in that case. Okay, so we managed to protect our endpoints. So that means I can add to the category create and even to the product create. Okay, and even these statistics. Let me just protect the statistics, so you can just copy this. Okay, so you are not logged in. Then we can just go to also the product in the handlers for the create of this. So before here, just like this. So you need to get the gate auth, and then we simply need to add in this in the routes, here. So in the create, let me just go ahead and just go to the routes here. I'm just going to copy this. Just going to say you need to be authenticated. Authenticated to create. So just copy this, and the product handlers create. Okay, so I just need to go to the route, look for create, and let's add this down here. Just get this, save. It should just like be done. So let's fix this. And then yeah, so that's it. And the same thing for stats. So for stats, we don't want people to view stats also if they're not logged in. Okay, so we just come on top here with everything we add. Okay, I just need to add this in the routes first. Just add this in the routes. These are, we expect this response. Let me just get not authorized schema. So you need to be authenticated to view stats. Okay. So if you just done this, you can of course fix this. Then just go in the side of this here, and let's go ahead and get that from the handlers, this part here. Go inside handlers, and inside here we can first get this, then also get this. We can just get those codes, import star. So just go ahead and fix this, and then why is still complaining. 401. Let me just go back the routes. So we said here you can just like have responses, or we put it outside. So this should be inside the responses objects, just like this. It has the .ok and then the not authorized. I don't know now why is it. 200 is not assignable to 200. Type 4 is not assignable type 200. So I don't know why we have 401 in the responses here. It hasn't propagated. If you look at this, has responses of 200 and 401. This rest route is supposed to be now used. When we come this side, we need to use rest route from the stats. Let me just first import it again to make sure that it gets it. Rest route from here. Import type, you can also fix this. I don't know why, but if here we return HTTP codes unauthorized 401, and then here we return the 200. So what is the problem? Okay, property message is missing in this. So it's supposed to also just like have the message. C.json so let's just go back the stats. I'm going to leave it like that. I don't know why, for some reason. Here it says we need the message. Then in here I have the same thing. I have c.this, I have the message. But then it is insisting that even in the stats, there should be a message, which doesn't make sense to me. Okay. So it's saying type of property data. Type it is just like this. Type property data are incompatible. Property message is missing in the total categories, total this category, and everything, but required in the message string. Where is that even required? Because in the list route, which is this one, let's first look at the responses in all others. So in like the product routes, we have responses, we have the first one, the second one, and the third one. Now, if you just go to the handlers for create, you have this, and then okay, so I think we just need to specify this dot okay. So in this, let's go ahead, because it might be actually taking this, doesn't know. Just like put this, yeah. So now if you just go to access stats, you're not logged in, but I thought we are still logged in. I'm not sure. Let's just go to API stats, close this. Let's go to users, not users, stats. Here we have only one endpoint, test, send. So here we have invite invocation category to find the many. So there is sort of everything. We can just like do it again. It must have been just like yeah. So you can see we have the stats if you are logged in. If you just come to this, now this is a different client. You just try to get this. You're not logged in. Oh my god, this is just like too nice. Okay, so we successfully actually connected our front end to our back end. And most importantly is that you cannot access this stuff when you're not just logged in. Okay. I think, let me see the time right now. So this is also about 2 hours plus the first 2 hours. That's about like 4 hours. So in the next part, we're just going to look at connecting the same application using just going to do the same application using Expo. Okay, we just do using Expo. Right now we just connected these two, and the products are coming from our API. So we could just go ahead actually and deploy these if you want. Like you can deploy the API on Vercel, and then you can also deploy the front end also on Vercel, and they actually all of them can work. Okay, I don't know, do we go ahead and do the deployment? I don't know if it is really necessary, but I'm just going to actually just leave it here for now. Okay, so thank you for watching this video. I'll just see you in the next one.